Please come to order. Will everyone please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I want to welcome everybody to the August meeting of the Irondequoit Zoning Board of Appeals. Before we get underway, there's a few administrative matters that I need to review. The fire exit is located to your left. In the event of a fire, you will be notified by an announcement. If so notified, please move in a calm and orderly fashion to the exit. Do not use the elevators. Use either the north or the south stairs to leave the building. I don't have a count, but I am guessing that we are exceeding the fire marshal requirements in terms of occupancy. So it is going to be necessary for everyone who is present to conduct themselves in an orderly fashion. That means I am expecting there to be no outbursts. Comments are directed from the podium to the board. Other than that, there is no comments. Anyone who wants to address the board will have the opportunity to do so. Speakers will be limited to 5 minutes apiece, and that will be strictly enforced. Any comments will be directed to the application and to the board, not to other considerations that are not before us. Before we get underway, I need to remind you that the meetings are being recorded for the purpose of a record and minutes, but not a verbatim transcript. So anytime that anyone comes to the podium, you need to identify yourself by your name so that Michelle can keep track of whose comments are being made so that the record and the minutes are accurate. Speak clearly into the microphone. We generally follow the items in the order that they appear on the agenda. Extra copies are usually available on the table next to the door. Given the large number of people here this evening, I'm not sure if there have been sufficient copies made, but there may still be some there. Once the case has been called, the applicant or their representative should come to the podium, identify themselves, state their address, then pause to raise their right hand to be sworn, and then present their case. During the presentation of the applicant's case, the members of the board have an opportunity to ask questions or engage in a discussion with the applicant. Once that process is completed, we open the case to public input. There's been 3 categories of public input identified. The first are those who wish to speak in favor of the application, and they would be called first. Then, those who wish to speak in opposition to the application, and they would be called next. And then finally, those who wish to discuss some aspect of the application, but are neither for nor against the application. As I said earlier, we will give everyone the opportunity to be heard. You will have 5 minutes. We will not allow anyone to come up a second time. So whatever you have to say, you need to say it within those 5 minutes. If everyone who is here now speaks for 5 minutes, we'll be ordering breakfast. And we're not going to do that. We are not going to extend this meeting beyond 11:30 tonight. The members of the board, we all work, and we have work in the morning too. And we have been inundated with comments, letters, emails, and quite frankly, have not had time to read them all because they continue to come in this afternoon. We will give everyone the opportunity to be heard. That's what democratic republic government is all about. But you may not finish being heard tonight. So when you're making your comments, keep in mind look around at the number of other people who also would like to have an opportunity to speak. Just because you're given 5 minutes, don't feel obligated to use all 5. Once the public input has been completed, the applicant or their representative will be given an opportunity to respond to anything that was raised during the public input portion, and then the hearing will be closed and we'll continue to the next case. After all the cases have been heard, we normally take a short recess. We may take a short recess before all the cases are heard, depending upon how fast, or more accurately, long things are taking, for obvious reasons. Once the cases have all been heard and we've taken our recess, we will then return to deliberate each case in the order for which the applicants are still present and the order in which they appear on the agenda. So if the first applicant on the agenda has left, we would consider, but the second applicant is present, we would take up the second application first, work through the rest of the applicants who are present, then return to the top for the first case. During this portion of the meeting, there is no further input allowed unless it is specifically requested by a member of the board. If you're interested in learning what has been decided, you're free to call the zoning board and planning department tomorrow morning after 9 a.m. or you can watch it on cable. I believe it's 1303 is on Spectrum is where they replay it. Now, because they were advertised in a specific order, we will call them in the specific order. For those who have applications that are scheduled to come after the items that have brought so many people here this evening, if you do not wish to wait and be heard after those cases because they were advertised first, and I'm told that we're required to take them in the order that they're advertised. So at this point, if anyone relating to the applications concerning 78 Thatcher Road, 1306 Bayshore Boulevard, 186 Teakwood Drive, 160 Knapp Avenue, 17 Orenda Drive, 293 Bayfront Lane North, 194 Aragon Avenue, or 4348 Culver Road, would like to adjourn their case, we will adjourn it to the September meeting or the October meeting if you prefer that, and we'll put you at the top of the advertised agenda for one of those meetings because your applications, given my tenure on the board, looks to me like they would be under 10 or 15 minutes apiece. I expect that the first 3 cases are going to take at least 2 or 3 hours. So, do any of those applicants wish to adjourn their case to another night? If so, step up to the podium, identify yourself with the address, and we'll make a note of that.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Pat Bassett. I'm here for 1306 Bayshore Road.
Yes.
We'd be more than happy to move on to the next date.
Would you like September or October?
September would be great, sir.
Okay. I will tell you that as of this point, I will not be present in September. So that means we'll already be down 1 member. We have 6. Tonight, Mr. Upson was unable to be here. But September, we'll do it September. So if you can put 1306 Bayshore Boulevard at the top of the September agenda, please.
Mr. Chairman, are you saying we may not have a quorum? Is that what you're saying?
I won't know until that night. We didn't know that Mr. Upson couldn't be here until about 4 o'clock this afternoon. So
Okay, cool.
sometimes these things happen.
Very good, sir.
All right?
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to come back at a later time rather than staying around tonight?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
186 Teakwood Drive.
186 Teakwood Drive.
Yes, sir.
All right. Would you like September or October?
I do September.
September. So if he could be second on the September agenda. Anyone else who'd like to adjourn their matter?
All right, thank you.
Sir, for the record, your name?
Karen Allen, Kerronallen, Allen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Anyone else? Seeing none, we'll call the first case on the agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First case on the agenda is case number ZB 2023-07-06. This specific case is carried over from last month. Its public hearing was closed at the July 10th zoning board meeting. Request by Heidi Scorsone for an area variance to maintain an accessory structure located within the front yard on premises 179 Lakefront in an R2 residential district.
179 Lakefront Road, Heidi Scorsone.
Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Should I present the whole thing to the board again? Mm-hmm. Okay. I've had the hot tub there since before I bought it. They said close to 20 years it's been there. It's there. You guys consider it the front yard, but it's lakefront property, which is my backyard, but I guess I don't have a front yard because the front yard and the backyard is my front yard. So I'm just asking for a variance for the hot tub. It's been there. It's never caused any issues as far as safety. We did have some noise complaints, which we're rectifying by timer after 10 o'clock. That'll be shut down. As far as the locks, we did go to, I sent pictures of the locking system. It's the only locks that they sell for hot tubs, they told me. I did go to the town twice and ask them what kind of locks they're looking for. There was no specific. They just said that they had to be compliant with the New York State, which they assured me that those are the only kind of locks that they sell, the hot tub company. But what I'm asking for is a variance, and I was just curious, after the variance, don't I have to pull a permit too? Wouldn't the permit department come and check to make sure everything's in order as far as the electrical and the locks too? Just in case, I'm pretty sure I bought the right locks. Everybody said it's the correct locks, but I couldn't get the right direction on the locks.
I'll defer to staff on that because once we make a decision, that's the end of our role.
Yes, sir. A permit is required for the
Okay.
hot tub and because if she is granted the area variance to maintain the hot tub there, an inspection by the building inspector will be done.
Okay. All right. So that's your answer on that.
Okay, awesome.
And then I also had some communication that you wanted to restore the application concerning the fence.
Yes, I would. I asked the board to, if I could go in front of the board again regarding that. I was away for a few months in the winter.
Well, that wasn't advertised. So
I'm sorry, what wasn't advertised?
the fence was not advertised as being part of your application that was going to be considered tonight.
Oh, not tonight. They told me that I'd have to post the sign and do another board meeting for
Yes,
that.
another time. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. All right. So does anybody from the board have any questions for Ms. Scorsone? Seeing none, we'll open this up to public input. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak in favor of this application?
I'm sorry, sir. It was not advertised as a public hearing. The public hearing was closed last month.
Oh, then we'll move on to the next case. Thank you. We must have been thinking ahead last month.
So I guess what's the next step? This was a table hearing?
No,
Okay.
we'll be considering your application at some point.
Okay. So do I come back? I don't come back for that.
You don't have to stay unless you'd like to.
Heidi, you can call me in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
Around 9.
Okay, thank you.
Okay? Next case on the agenda, just to let the audience know that the application for case number ZB 2023-07-02 for 46 Westgate Drive. The applicant has requested this case to be postponed until the September 11th meeting. So if anyone's here for that, I just wanted to let people know.
And just for the record, I had a meeting with the applicant, and the immediately adjoining neighbor yesterday, and the upshot of that meeting was that the applicant is revising the application so that the 6-foot fence would extend from the northwest corner of the house to the second fence post that's on the north property line, and that it would be a uniform height going from that fence at the north to the house, because the terrain goes up about 3 or 4 feet, so there might only be, it'll be uniform across the top. That's how he's revising his application, and both he and the neighbor were, thought that that was a good conclusion. So that's what I would expect would be coming up at the September meeting.
Thank you. Thank you for that information. Next case on the agenda is a tabled item, and the public hearing was left open. Case number ZB 2023-07-08. Request by Harris Beach, PLLC, acting as agent for University Preparatory Charter School for Young Men for an area variance to maintain an existing building with less than required setback from an adjoining lot line on premises 3000 East Ridge Road in an R1 residential district.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is Frank Pavi. I'm an attorney with the law firm of Harris Beach, and I represent the applicant here, the University Preparatory Charter School for Young Men, or UPrep. As indicated, this is a continuation of the hearing that was held in July. In simplest terms, UPrep is respectfully requesting that ZBA grant an area variance permitting a reduced 29.6-foot setback in order to permit the southeastern corner of an existing building to remain as is. At the end of the previous meeting, Mr. Chairman, I believe you and the board members requested that we address an issue as to the 50-foot limitation that's set forth in Section 235-8A3 as to whether that dimensional limitation required that this board consider the application to be for a use variance as opposed to an area variance, as well as providing us an opportunity to respond to some comments that were made by the public in opposition to the application. As you know, on July 31st, we did submit a written correspondence to the board that outlined that issue, and with your permission, I'm happy to summarize our position with respect to that issue that you raised.
That would be fine.
We respectfully submit that the 50-foot setback dimensional requirement set forth in Section 235-8A3 does not convert our application for an area variance into one seeking an use variance. As this board knows, a use variance authorizes the utilization of land for a use which is not permitted by a zoning law. On the other hand, an area variance does not involve a use which is prohibited by the zoning ordinance, but permits the use of land in a manner which is not permitted by virtue of dimensional or physical requirements set forth in the zoning law. The distinction being between an area variance and a use variance turns on whether the restriction is a requirement affecting the location and placement of structures, or rather relates to the permissible ways in which the property may be used. The first category requires an area variance. The second category requires a use variance. Section 267(1)B of New York Town Law clearly states that where the limitation is a dimensional or physical requirement rather than a use prohibition, the application is properly reviewed for one as an area variance. New York courts have consistently applied this statutory distinction in ruling that requests involving a variety of zoning laws that establish dimensional or physical limitations for permitted uses constitute area variances. For example, variances relating to height, floor area, off-street parking requirements, and density are treated as area variances. The New York Court of Appeals further held in Kahn versus Zoning Board of Appeals of the Village of Irvington that area variances also involve matters such as setback lines, frontage requirements, lot size restrictions. And a setback variance is exactly what UPrep is seeking here. Regardless of the nature of the dimensional or physical limitation, if the request does not involve a use prohibited by a zoning law or seeks to change the essential permitted use of the property, the request must be treated as an area variance. Even where the dimensional or physical limitation appears to be fundamental to the permitted use, courts have held that the application must be treated as an area variance. Appellate Division Second Department held that in 17K Real Estate LLC, where it upheld this principle when it rejected the contention that an area variance granted for a hotel should have been viewed as a use variance, rather because the provision of the zoning law required that the hotel had its principal frontage on a state or county highway. The court held in that case and ruled that the principal frontage requirement was a physical requirement subject only to an area variance review. The provisions of Section 235(8) of this town zoning law further supports treating my client's application for one seeking an area variance. The school proposed by UPREP falls within the list of permitted uses in R1 residential districts set forth in 235(8)(a) of the zoning law, and not within the list of conditional uses set forth in Section 235(8)(b). Moreover, the school proposed by UPREP is not the only permitted use listed in the zoning section, which requires a setback limitation. Section 235(8)(ac) provides that farms, greenhouses, plant nurseries, and riding stables are permitted uses subject to the dimensional limitation that no buildings are to be located within 100 feet of any lot line. As such, when reading these provisions together, if it was the intent of the legislation to make the respective setback limitation a use condition, then schools, farms, greenhouses, plant nurseries, and riding stables would have been listed as conditional uses in Section 235(8)(b), as opposed to their current designations as permitted uses in Section 235-8A. In short, we respectfully submit that the 29.6-foot setback reduction UPREP seeks must be treated as an area variance since, one, the variance sought is in connection with a use permitted in an R1 residential district. Two, the variance seeks relief from a 50-foot setback requirement set forth in the zoning law, which is a dimensional limitation. And three, if granted, the area variance will not change the essential permitted use of the property, i.e. the school that UPREP is proposing. So as such, we would respectfully submit, Mr. Chairman, that our application is properly being treated as one seeking an area variance. Now, I know that there have been, a number of public comments submitted in opposition to this application. And with all due respect, none of the allegations in the comments provide specific evidence as to how the reduced 29.6-foot setback per se will be harmful to the neighborhood or the element. Instead, the comments contain repeated, speculative, generalized, and unsubstantiated allegations that go to the future use of the property, and not to the 20.4-foot area setback variance requested for this existing building. We respectfully submit that those claims are not appropriately within the purview of this board's review of the requested area variance. There's also no basis to suggest that the future UPREP school will be a non-permitted commercial use. There's been claims about the culinary program that UPREP will be offering its students. That's part of its New York State accredited educational program that UPREP will offer to its students with the goal of placing students in the restaurant industry. And although students participating in the program will provide meals to other students and staff, no commercial catering or other food-related services will be conducted at the property. In a lot of the comments, there are numerous attempts to apply use variance criteria to the setback reduction we're seeking, and then on the other hand, applying area variance criteria to the permitted use of the property that UPREP is proposing, and not to the specific 20.4-foot setback reduction sought by my client. Nor do we agree that the requested setback reduction is substantial. The setback represents a variance of less than 50% of the total 50-foot setback requirements set forth in the zoning law, The setback request does not involve new construction or an unpermitted use, and merely allows the existing building to remain in place as it has for years. On the other hand, evidence has not been provided supporting a finding that allowing the existing to remain in place as is at the reduced setback will have an adverse impact on the environment and/or the character of the neighborhood. When you consider the totality of these factors, we respectfully submit that the setback reduction we are seeking is not substantial. And again, as we've argued and submitted before, self-created hardship does not preclude the issuance of a variance. In this particular instance, the question of self-created hardship is even less determinative, since UPREP's proposed school is a permitted use that does not require a use variance, I should say. And as we previously explained, the reduced setback of the corner of the building was not created by UPREP, but has been in place for decades. When this board appropriately balances the 5 factors in considering the area variance application that we have before you, we submit that when you focus on those factors, there is a rational and reasonable basis to support approval of the requested area variance. Thank you. I'm prepared to answer any questions board members have.
Yeah, I have a question. Can you address some of the safety concerns with regard to the road? I know that in the previous meeting there was some discussion about that. Can you talk about the plan for if there were an emergency and there was an event going on at that location? Can you talk a little bit about that?
At the location where this reduced setback is at?
No, at the general location.
Well, with all due respect, I don't know what bearing that has on the area variance that we're seeking tonight. I know that Kostrich Engineer and the applicant, in response to questions regarding the site plan application they have put forth a comprehensive road program and safety plan. But again, with respect to the reduced setback of this southeastern corner, it will have no effect on any roads. It is surrounded by mature trees that will stay in place. So with respect to this specific setback, it will have no impact on traffic or traffic safety.
Seeing no other questions from the board, we'll reopen it for public input.
Mr. Chairman, I did have 2 people call me ahead of time.
Okay.
So the first one is Diane Hamilton at 161 Baycrest Drive.
Is this people in favor? Or are these people
This is just to speak.
just to speak? Okay. You may come up to the podium and speak clearly into the microphone, please.
Diane Hamilton, 161 Baycrest Drive. We've lived at this residence for 46 years. The first of the 5 criteria on the zoning board's appeal tab is, quote, possible change to the neighborhood character. Will the granting of the variance result in an undesirable change to the character of the neighborhood, or will it be detrimental to nearby properties? It is listed first, not last, regarding zoning variances. At the July zoning board meeting, when the board was debating about granting variances to properties, board members stated no change to the character of the neighborhood. Unfortunately, granting any variances to 3,000 Ridge Road East will definitely change the character of the neighborhood. In UPREP's full environmental assessment form, they marked no for, quote, will the proposed action result in substantial increase of traffic above present levels, unquote. How can they honestly mark this as no? 13 buses, 85 staff cars, and who knows how many private vehicles entering and leaving the property twice daily on a 2-lane road with no shoulders for 10 months will definitely change the character of the neighborhood. There's already a backup on Ridge Road, Newport, and Bayshore Boulevard twice in the morning and in the afternoon when school buses stop at Woodridge Court. Adding more traffic to the area will be a nightmare. What happens when there is an event at the location? It's been stated that UPREP is looking at off-site parking for said events. Now we're going to have shuttle buses entering the neighborhood? What's the status of this plan? The second factor is adding a second story to accommodate a gymnasium. All homes in this area are either 1 or 2 stories homes, nowhere near the height of a gymnasium, plus HVAC adds more height to the building. My final issue is removal of mature trees for this park-like setting. Even though it is a statement on the town's Department of Public Work regarding tree streets, I believe it needs to be applied to this application, and I quote, "Irondequoit's urban forest is considered one of its greatest attributes. The importance of trees extends far beyond their landscape value. Trees provide environmental, social, and economic benefits while enhancing the quality of life for our community," end quote. Also on the town's website is the Conservation Board statement, and again I quote, "The Conservation Board is charged with preserving the town's natural environment. It reviews and provides recommendations on all proposed legislation and development applications with the potential for significant environmental impacts," end quote. Removing mature trees to make room for parking in a half-size football field definitely has a significant environmental impact and does change the character of the neighborhood. That's 3 strikes against granting any variances. They all change the character of the neighborhood. Increase in traffic, building height, and removal of mature trees. This property is basically landlocked and not a suitable location for any school of this size, and it would drastically change the character of our neighborhood. You, the zoning board, need to follow the guidelines set up regarding variances. Please listen to taxpayers and deny any variances to this property. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I have Anthony McLean at 2716 East Ridge Road.
My name is Anthony McLean. I live at 2716 East Ridge Road, and I'd like to follow up on Diane's points about changing the character of the neighborhood. I'm the communications lead for the Irondequoit Citizens Alliance. At every meeting I've addressed, the first thing I've said is we oppose the deployment of any school at 3000 East Ridge Road. When we formed in early 2023, our focus was on appropriate land use, environmental noise impact, traffic congestion, especially during gridlock, taxes, the quality and stability of local public education, public safety, and domestic tranquility. As a community, we face a triple layer of formal and informal noise proximity taxes. Please understand, this is not about illegal noise levels, the sort of thing that would permanently damage your hearing, but it's a quality of life issue. I've researched this since the last meeting. I've got at least 60 different pieces of source material. And the bottom line on those materials is that the kind of noise that will come from this fulfilled proposal will result in 4 to 9% property value losses from market-driven lost home value, more local taxes to support a proposed charter school from another city, and as taxpayers, we're even forced to contribute over $100,000 in development cost for this ill-conceived proposal. I lived in 4 of the planet's largest cities in the last 2 decades. It was great, right there in the middle of it all. But when my wife and I decided that we would retire and find our forever home, we wanted a quiet place. We'd had all the thrills we needed. We looked for 8-9 months before we chose Newport in Irondequoit. Gone to great personal expense to get us there, and if this proposal's fulfilled, that's over. All right. I'm not going to read all of these because they're There are too many. I'm going to read some of the poll quotes from my source material. How does road noise affect home value? A home valued at $500,000 can drop nearly $40,000 in value when affected by road noise pollution. A recent study showed 50% of buyers won't consider a home with road noise. Using an online calculator that is built just for this, entering a $250,000 home value with what I believe to be nearly accurate, since I didn't do the testing, noise measures, that home lost $17,000 in its value. Quieter areas are generally deemed more desirable, and real estate prices tend to reflect that, from Realtor.com. It's kind of a duh, but homes within 0.1 of a mile of the school are discounted 4.3%. As you can see at each of these stops, if the noise is what we think it is, we're losing money one of the three ways. It's a proximity tax. It's too close. Quieter areas are generally deemed more desirable, and real estate prices tend to reflect that. Noise is a very significant factor influencing the values of any given site and property. The effect of prices was highest in moderately and expensive neighborhoods. Quiet areas are generally deemed more desirable. The study has discovered that residential properties affected by noise pollution have lower rental value compared with those unaffected. All right, it's got some charts and graphs here, but I need to get to the end to make sure I get to the end. The conclusion is, contrary to the ridiculous spin from UPREP agents, this proposal holds zero benefits for Irondequoit. I've asked this question 8 or 9 times. No one has ever responded with what benefit Irondequoit gets. If that's the case, and you're parsing between the benefit we get and the trade-offs we make, then Irondequoit taxpayers will foot the bill.
Thank you, sir.
That's all I had on my list, sir.
So is there anyone here that wants to speak in favor of this application?
No, I want to speak.
Step right up, sir.
How you doing, Mr. Chairman? My name's Isaac Elliott. I live at 290 Vinyl Avenue. Do I need to say anything?
We don't swear in the
Okay.
public input people, just the applicants.
So I am in support of the school, the charter school coming out here. They got a high graduation rate. I bought my house out here in 2016 because of the diversity. But I guess we're here because we don't want to see diversity in this community. We want to take it back.
Well, let me stop.
hold on.
Hold on.
People say what they want to
There's
say.
no comment. If you can't be quiet and conduct yourself appropriately, the door is to your left. And please, the comments should be directed to the application.
Okay, well, I'm in
not,
support
not
of the school.
to any other factors.
Well, let's call the facts how it is. Jim, let's call the facts how it is.
This is related to an
I'm in
area
support.
variance.
I'm in support of the school.
We understand
To
that.
the high graduation rate,
Thank
these
you.
kids deserve a fair education just like any other school district in the area. These kids got they got great certified teachers that will come out here and do the job. These kids have done nothing to nobody. The staff have done nothing to nobody. And I think we should give them the variance and consider having them come out here. Whoever's against it, let them be against it. But I'm in support of it.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here to speak in favor of the application?
Can I ask a question about the variance?
This is your opportunity to speak, though, so.
Thank you. My name is Nancy McLean. I preside at 2617 East Ridge Road. And what I don't understand that the attorney spoke about area usage versus area versus use?
Yes.
and the 29.6 feet. So they're talking about, he was reciting about horses and greenhouses and commercial. This is kids. There are no sidewalks. The busing and parking is still an issue. I have not seen any of the traffic studies or noise studies that they said that they were going to present. But what I don't understand is area usage and use, area usage. People, greenhouses don't get off buses. Those plants, though I would love them to come to my yard, don't do that. So I just don't understand the legal speak of it being non-essential and that there's going to be no impact. There'll be a huge impact, and it won't be on plants or horses. Thank you.
You're up. If you'd form a line so whoever's next that wants to speak.
Hi, my name is John Kroll, 332 Sagamore Drive. I just want to speak in favor for any time the town has an opportunity to receive another school where young people can receive an education and find a future for themselves. No matter who they are or what walk of life they come from. There's a couple of points that I noted out. First off, I found that the attorney's bit that he spoke was very lucid, very legalese. But one thing I did notice, he did say something about not removing any trees. I believe that one of the people who spoke after him said that there were going to be trees removed. So I think there was a conflict, some confusion there, unless I misunderstood.
The attorney, and correct me if I'm wrong, was speaking about the area of the property where the wall is located that we're asked to allow to remain by granting a variance. The trees that I understand may be removed are on a different part of the property and not in relation to where this wall is that we're asked to consider. And that's what's in front of us, is the location of the wall.
Very good. The only other thing I would point out is words like undesirable and detrimental are subjective in their nature. I can respect a resident of 46 years. I'm a lifelong Irondequoitian too. I think that losing the opportunity to add another school, another educational opportunity to our community in itself is undesirable and detrimental. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next.
Are you looking for opposition speakers or whoever wants
We
to?
normally call those in favor, and then we ask for those opposed, and then we ask those who want. But given the number of people that are here tonight, it doesn't seem that that's going to be possible to follow that. So
Okay,
we'll
fine.
just take them in the order that you come up to the podium.
All right, my name is William Farrell. I live at 149 Binnacle Point in the Mallards Landing Homeowners Association. I've spoken before. I want to call your attention, the board's attention, to a document I sent to the board on July 11th in response to comments that were made at the previous zoning board hearing. Two particular points I want to...
I'm sorry, which previous zoning board
The
hearing?
one we had in July 10th?
July 10th, okay.
Okay, the next day I sent written comments over, which I was told would be distributed to board members. There were 2 points in there that I want to take up. Number 2, I reminded you, Mr. Hinman, and the members of the board that in several previous cases, you have defined substantial variation from a numerical setback or just defined as a substantial variation, anything more than a de minimis variation from a setback requirement that was town policy in the law. The examples I cited were several examples of smoking product and vape stores that are now, the town ordinance is 1,000 feet. And in several cases that I cited in my letter, you dismissed those or denied those area variances because, and even some of those were de minimis, and they were still denied because of your statement that that was town policy, and the board wasn't intending on going against town policy. In my letter, I pointed out that it's also town policy that for school buildings, there be a 50-foot setback from any adjoining property line. And I pointed that out, and that's, anyway. The second point I wanted to make is in response to Mr. Pavia's comments about the commercial catering activity. I pointed out that what was stated by our lawyer, Mr. Zoglin, was information that was given to us by UPrep officials about the catering activity and commercial activity that goes on. And I also included in my letter a copy of their own website indicating their commercial restaurant that they run on the premises now. So I don't take at face value Mr. Pavia's comments about the fact that there is no commercial activity. And the third point I'd like to mention is that this discussion of area variance and use variance, 235A3 or whatever it is, includes the variant, the 50-foot setback requirement. It's part of the zoning code. So for the decision to have been made initially for the permitted use, the school should have been required to meet both conditions in 235. How could a permitted use decision ever have been made when now we're dealing with an area variance on the very same point? The zoning code doesn't say only the first part where the school had been deemed to be a private school for the purposes of 235. It says provided no schools with, or no building is within 50 feet of the property line. That's in the zoning code itself. How could the permitted use decision have been made with that there? And then now we're dealing with it under an area variance. And I'm saying that my understanding of state law regarding this is that once the zoning board has considered the 5 criteria and evaluated the 5 criteria, they are allowed to take into consideration the potential use of the property and all that it might bring. And in this case, this variance is the triggering activity for all the things that all these people have listed as opposition to the school being there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mary Fauner Vitalik. I live at 227 Binnacle Point. Taking from a primer on area variances in New York, the zoning board shall take into consideration the benefit to the applicant if the variance is granted as weighed against the detriment to the health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood or the community. The board shall also consider whether, this is number 4, whether the proposed variance will have an adverse effect or impact on the physical or environmental condition in the neighborhood. And I purport that yes, there will be an adverse effect on the physical and environmental conditions on the adjoining neighborhood, as well as the homes along Ridge Road and Bay Shore Boulevard extending down to the bay. Number 1, there will be many more heavy vehicles on a daily basis. School buses, delivery trucks, garbage trucks on the roads every day. There will be an increased number of automobiles on the road, as well as those same increased number of automobiles navigating through the intersections along this route, some of which are very complex and convoluted. Will be increased pedestrian traffic with few adequate sidewalks. There are no shoulders on any of those roads going to and from this property. Traffic congestion will prohibit emergency vehicles from getting into our neighborhoods when needed, and that's a very strong concern that definitely affects our physical well-being condition. Also, there will be environmental concerns. More driveways are in and out of the property, more level land for the playing field, the removal of trees. All of these things will create a physical situation with more runoff into the drainage system on Binnacle Point and then into our sewer system, which will have a detrimental effect on our protected E-pod, which exists behind the homes of Mallard's Landing. If you're taking down trees, if you're putting in more concrete, if you're leveling land, there's going to be more runoff. I want to thank the board for volunteering your valuable time to the town of Irondequoit. That's definitely acknowledged. And we trust you to make the decision to protect the community and the people of Irondequoit. Thank you.
Helene Sneer of 87 Baynell Road. I feel this variance needs to be considered in the context of the entire project, not just in terms of one thing, of a 30-foot setback of one wing of the building near Mallard Landing, which is how the applicant is framing their argument for a variance. But the consequences of granting this variance are greater than just one 30-foot setback. Some things have been mentioned before. For example, the applicant plans to build a 15,000 square foot addition on the north side of the existing building. According to preliminary site design, this new northern elevation will have a 30-foot high, mostly windowless, cement-looking exterior wall just 50 feet from backyards of people on Baycrest. In one of its submissions, the applicant stated they did not want to create a compound feel, but a 30-foot high windowless expanse looking like white cement will create a compound feel for the adjacent neighbors and will change the character of the neighborhood. The applicant plans to put in both a practice field and a track within 50 feet of the backyards of residents on Newport Road and Baycrest. That is going to change the character of the neighborhood. And I cite those examples of proximity because last month the applicant stated to WHAM-TV that while neighborhood residents are concerned about the proximity of the development, quote, East Irondequoit schools are in close proximity to the neighborhood. End quote. East Irondequoit schools are located in residential neighborhoods, but they are not in close proximity to homes and yards like the proposed project. For example, Durand Eastman is situated on its own block. Ivan Green is located between two streets with generous setback and lots of space surrounding the building. Bishop Kearney was built on 42 acres with lots of space between the facilities and neighboring yards. Bishop Kearney and its sports fields are not squished into 6 acres. Squishing is going to happen at 3000 Eastridge Road if the area variance is granted for this 6-acre property. The crowding will change the character of the neighborhood. The applicant should be held to the same setback requirements that East Irondequoit schools and private schools in East Irondequoit have been built to. Granting this area variance will also lead to special events at 3000 Eastridge Road with a need for extra parking. The applicant wrote that they are in discussion with a property owner in the immediate area for overflow parking for special events. Whether that's Seventh-day Adventist Church, Woodridge Court, or Grace Baptist Church, special attendees will need to cross Eastridge Road or Bayshore Boulevard, and they'll be walking in streets and places where there are no sidewalks. That's a safety concern for pedestrians and for vehicles trying to get around people who are walking in the street or crossing. That safety concern is exacerbated by the fact that, as has been mentioned, Eastridge Road is only one lane in the east direction at this area. I expect there will also be parking spillover onto side streets like Newport Road or Dozier Lane. As has been mentioned, the zoning board is to balance the benefit to the applicant versus the burden to the health, safety, and general welfare of the community and its residents. I feel that there are more community stakeholders in this project than just the adjacent neighbors. There are residents in surrounding neighborhoods, the town highway department, the fire department, the ambulance service, and others. I also don't see how squishing its proposed expanded school building, parking lot, and track and field into 6 acres benefits the applicant and its students. The proposed athletic practice field, for example, is non-regulation size, and I'm assuming it's because they can't fit a regulation size sports field for their students onto the property along with everything else. Granting this area variance will be burdensome to the community. It will allow a development project to move forward that is unsuited to the surroundings. It's like the applicant is taking a 6-inch square peg and trying to force it into a 2-inch diameter round hole. That makes the requested area variance substantial and resulting in an undesirable change to the character of the neighborhood. Thank you for listening to these concerns.
I'm Joyce Christ, 175 Binnacle Point. And my concern has to do with Binnacle Point, the road. There is no way that the students or the teachers can get into that school without going on Binnacle Point. you have to go on Binnacle Point. That is a private road. The people on Binnacle Point, 12 homes of retired people, own that road. So, we maintain it. We have to, we just got done putting a lot of money into maintenance last year, and we did not do it with the idea that we were gonna be maintaining it for buses. We built it for cars, thinking that's what was gonna go down the street, okay? Now suddenly we're talking about buses every day coming and going. We also are responsible for maintaining that road, plowing that road, okay? 12 homes now are gonna maintain that road for students. Where in the area around here, or even where in New York, can you tell me there's a private road of private people maintaining a road for school, for a school? I'd like to know where you do that, because I can't believe that's done anywhere, okay? And why should we have that expense to maintain the road, to plow the road, okay, and to be responsible for whatever goes on that road? Why should we do that? And if we are responsible for what happens on that road, are the people that plow for us, we sign a contract, okay, to get people to plow that road. And we typically don't salt it, okay, but now apparently we're gonna salt it. But what happens if there's an ice storm and the salt that gets put down is not enough, and a bus goes down the street or a car goes down the street and something happens? We are going to be responsible for that road, and is the guy that plowed it going to share the responsibility? Because if that happens, are we even going to be able to get someone to come down and plow for us like we do today? Today we're plowing it for our own 12 homes and for the workers that went into that building on any given day, okay? But now suddenly we're plowing it for a whole different group of people, okay? And we're being responsible. And if we can't get somebody to plow that road because they're not willing to share that responsibility with us, then I'd like to know how that gets plowed, okay? Because I'm not getting up in the morning and taking a plow truck and plowing that road so that students can get to school. I just think that is an unheard of situation, okay? And what we're really trying to do, I don't think people are against a school necessarily. I think it's a school, essentially, if you look at a 5-pound bag, okay, you're trying to put 16 pounds of school into a 6-pound bag. Okay, the property is 6 acres, and you're trying to put a school that should be 16 acres, okay? And so everything is tight, and that's really what we're saying. It's too tight. Thank you.
Thank you.
This will be quick. Dick Campbell, Thornton Road, over here. I'm not speaking for or against.
What address on Thornton?
Oh, 195.
Thank you.
Tax number 076.11-3-37. Sorry, and my assessment went up 68%. Anyhow, I have a question though, because I'm understanding the use, but the difference between variant or usage and area. I'm curious how much of this building, which has a squarish corner, impacts the reduced setback. Is it all of a very long section that's going to move to 29.6? Or is it like a corner that juts out in a very small area that would be inside the 29.6? I'm just curious about that, because it doesn't seem, and I'm going to take a drive right now because I'm a skeptic all the time. I don't quite buy some of the things I've heard, but I'm just kind of wondering how horribly impacting it would be to grant this usage.
Next.
Good evening. Joseph Salicetti, 349 Sandora Circle. I have lived in my house for 35 years and have enjoyed the peace and value of my surrounding neighborhood since I moved here. Traffic is moderate and with no interruptions to everyday traveling, whether it is early in the morning or later day. That being said, or should I say we, as my neighbors would agree, have great concerns about the influx of extra vehicle traffic to our lives and our property values. I'm concerned about the travel and dangers that will come from the increased traffic up and down Bayshore Boulevard, as I see it being a route used more often to come from the Norton Street extension. It will affect the lives of the residents all along the Bayside homes, as well as the Bay Village condominiums at the bottom of Bayshore, along with the residents on Bayview Road, Bay Hill Lane, Peaceful Trail, Bay Village Drive, and all the other residents on the streets at the top of Bayview Road, which include Eagle Rock Drive, Clearbrook Drive, Simone Circle, Granada Circle, Venice Circle, Favara Circle, Comar Drive, Glenhaven Road, Glenview Lane, Bayberry Drive, Bellevue Drive, as well as Shingle Landing Drive and Shingle Mill Road, that only have access to Bayview Road to come and go to their properties, as there are no other outlets from their neighborhoods. There's more at stake here than people realize. The possibility of more vehicle and pedestrian accidents and injuries. The Bayshore route is used by many walkers, joggers, bicyclists, and would be hazardous and harmful to the people that have used this route for decades. Not to mention the possibility of road rage incidents. The potential for confrontations would be increased exponentially. Having a traffic circle or signal lights, I feel that all of these property values would dramatically be decreased as a result of any transformation to the existing property at 3000 East Ridge Road, if that is truly the address, as East Ridge Road really ends before you get to the physical property lines. This will affect hundreds of residents to the south, west, east, and north of the school. These are all Irondequoit taxpayers that will have to deal with the daily interruptions of the caravans of buses and vehicles traveling the East Ridge Road, Bayshore Boulevard, and Bayview Road access to the site. And thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next. Why don't you stand over by the doorway so that you can...
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to go? I can. Wait, thank you. Hi, my name's Jessica Schaefer, and I live at 105 Baycrest Drive. And I just want to say that I oppose this area variance. According to UPREP's site plan, the partial basement area on the south side of the building that requires the area variance will house 2 or 3 of UPREP's career and technical education programs. That's their CTE programs. And these programs include machinery, which includes a machine shop, and building maintenance with a workshop. So accounting for an area variance without use seems a little redundant to me. Just by the nature of these courses, the equipment, the tools, and the hands-on learning experiences required to build mastery of these trades will inevitably yield high levels of noise, debris, dust, and sometimes noxious smells. I imagine there needs to be special safety requirements for these classrooms, including proper ventilation as well as responsible removal of waste. This has not yet been revealed by UPREP leaders. If the area variance is granted, consequential disturbances and dangers will be 30 feet from property lines versus the required 50 feet, and can be detrimental to the health and well-being of the residents who live closest to the building. In addition, it will place strain on the surrounding environment and ecosystem, which goes against Irondequoit's comprehensive goal of preservation. These factors were not as concerning when the building was a low-density office. While it may initially seem reasonable to grant the area variance based simply on the fact that UPREP will not be expanding this part of the building and are simply asking to just permit it to remain as is, the consequences of the change in use of the building that requires the variance from an office to a school cannot be ignored, and the zoning law for 50-foot setbacks for schools should be upheld. And as one of the people that is going to be staring at a 30-foot high brick wall in their backyard, I think that also needs to be considered, seeing that as they might move that back from 50 feet to 30 feet. Thank you.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, members of the zoning board, residents, town employees, and guests. My name is Sam Ruggieri. I live at 590 Hoffman Road. I'm a licensed real estate broker. I have been engaged in the real estate business in Irondequoit for 46 years. I analyzed approximately 142 properties north of Ridge Road and Bayshore Boulevard, on Baycrest, Bayshore, Bay Knoll, Valley Circle, Newport Road, Binnacle Point, and Ridge Road. This is not to say that the properties south, east, or west of this area would not be impacted by the proposed school. I looked at each property as to the date of last sale and the selling price. Most of the properties were selling in the range of $200,000 to $400,000. Two were in the $500,000 to $600,000 range, and one sold for $1.175 million, which is just under $1.2 million. The neighborhood is stable, with many homeowners residing in their homes for over 20 or 30 years or more. It is a quiet and peaceful area of Irondequoit, close to the bay, which perhaps attracted them to this neighborhood. Irondequoit has a reputation for pride of home ownership. Many homeowners view their home as an investment and have made substantial improvements, such as new kitchens, bathrooms, windows, and in some cases additions, among other upgrades. These residents made the right choices and did the right thing. They paid their bills for good credit. They saved their money for a down payment and had continuous employment for 2 years, which is required to borrow money for a mortgage. They are still playing by the rules by working and paying their mortgages and taxes each month and maintaining their homes. It is no surprise to any of us that they are opposed to a school popping up in their backyards in their neighborhood. A home for many people is our biggest investment, and I know from experience that they are concerned about the impact this school will have on the future values of their homes. In part, their objections are economic, and I agree. I am an alumnus of East High School, and remember when the school was built in the late 1950s. Ohio Street, which bordered the school, was a quiet residential street. The houses on the west side of the street, some 20 homes, were all torn down. The homes on the east side remain today and face the school and parking lot. This forever changed the sleepy character of the street due to traffic, people activity, school buses, delivery trucks, fire trucks, and occasionally police cars, among other distractions. If this application is approved, the 32 homes that are adjacent to this school will be adversely impacted the most in terms of resale value and the right of quiet enjoyment, So it is my professional opinion that this school proposal will negatively change the character of the neighborhood by increasing the density, thereby causing an unfair economic hardship to its residents. Now, I wasn't going to mention this, but I want to sort of react to Mr. Pavia, and he said that the effect of this school is only being looked at from a future standpoint. And so I wasn't going to say this, but I looked at the comps on Ohio Street, and I found that there were two of them, 52 and 46, and they sold for $140,000 and $150,000. And then I looked at and that's North Winton Village. And I looked at the comps in North Winton Village, and I found most of them to be around 190,000 to about 300,000. So I estimated maybe there was a change of about, Ohio Street was probably selling for about 15 or 20% less than the other neighborhoods. Now, granted, you know, this is a different location, but it's the location I grew up in, and so that's why I use it as my example. I visited the proposed site this past Friday and was surprised
I'm sorry, sir, that's the timer?
by the small size of this parcel based on its intended use.
Sir, the time is up.
Okay?
Thank you. You got to give everybody a chance to speak who wants to speak.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Next.
Good evening. My name is Bobby Porter. I live at 6 Baycrest Drive. I want to talk about what this gentleman just talked about, East High and the houses over there. I worked at East High for 28 years, and every time we had a fire drill, most of those kids went to those houses and sat on their porches all the time, in the whole street. No traffic could by because that's how it was. Like I said before in previous things, I enjoy my house. I want to stay there. And like they say, it's too small. I want something for the kids to have some room to move, not squished into classes to earn, you know, try to make a living. They still got to have fun. And doing all this squishing, and they need a place that they could call their own and be happy and respect it and have teams come in and play at their fields, not just going to other schools for them. That's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Karen Miller, 131 Valley Circle. I quickly want to tell you why we chose our neighborhood in Irondequoit. For more than 20 years, I lived in the city of Rochester, and I worked in a community center in the Lyle Otis neighborhood. What I loved was the demographics of the people I worked with, almost equally Black, white, and Hispanic. I'm 35% Hispanic, and I registered such on the last census. What I didn't love about my job was the constant traffic. Living next to a bus line, next to a fire station, a main busy road. I didn't love the banging of a commercial dumpster in our parking lot 3 times a week, or the trash we generated by serving 200 guests a day and providing culinary work experience. After that, my husband's job took us to Vermont for 3 years, a state that was so rural and so quiet and so white that I was in culture shock. But what I did love was the mountains and the trees and the lakes. So when we moved back to Rochester, I wanted a quiet neighborhood with trees and lakes, but I wanted diversity. I loved the Black, white, and brown neighbors shopping with me at Culver Ridge. I loved to see the multi-student or the multi-ethnic names of honor students. I was happy this year's top 20 students included Black, Hispanic, Indian, Asian, and Middle Eastern students. One young woman chose a light blue hijab to match the East Ridge Blue sports uniform. What I don't like is that after choosing this quiet place to live, I face a proposal that would put buses, cars, day and evening traffic, and banging dumpsters right back in my backyard again. What I don't like is having to justify this. I don't like being vilified for being something I'm not. I don't like a town government that passes use variances without informing us and then tells us it's too late to appeal it. I don't like a board that unevenly applies rules, saying a 40% area variance is too much for a vape shop in a commercial district, but that would still consider one for a school with 700 people on a site day and evening in a residential area. What I do want is a quiet neighborhood I paid taxes for when we moved here. A neighborhood with families, young families, old families, Black families, blended families, white families, Afghan refugee families, and at least one cranky old Hispanic lady. What I do want is town representatives who have the guts to enforce their own rules, their own 40% area variance rules.
Hi, I'm Joey Salisetti. I live at 349 Sandora Circle and hope I'm in the right spot. I just wanted to say that I'm opposed to the school being there because I grew up at 349 Sandora Circle, and I remember it always as the neighborhood that it was, that you can just, it wasn't chaotic all the time. And I wasn't prepared to speak tonight, and I don't have any notes, but there's a room full of people in here and a room all the way out to the back door that spent the time and spent the days doing all this research to keep it what it was when they bought their properties, and that's all. It's not about the school, I think. It's about keeping it a neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, Cliff Milligan, 225 Sandora Circle. If this was such a good location for a school, why do they need a variance? They don't need the variance. They can locate in one of the many vacant schools in the city, in the county, but they choose not to. They choose to attempt to cram 700 people into a building built for 120. And this has nothing to do with the demographics of the students. I think the only person who mentioned it, there was one person who wanted to complain. Everybody else is talking about the size of this endeavor into a small space. The practice field is going to be on top of 2 or 3 houses. That's not going to be just after school. That's going to be gym class every day from 8 until 3. So those people are going to have noise in their house all the time. Noise that they did not buy into when they bought those houses, and one of them rebuilt the house. We still don't know what's in that ground on that practice field. There was a house there that was used for storage. My understanding is the DEC said, well, we don't need to look into it anymore. Basically, my belief is because they're never using that field. Now all of a sudden they want kids on top of that field, and nobody knows what's in it. And there's remnants of asphalt and bricks and stuff like that there that are going to have to be removed, and what's underneath that ground. It was brought up before about that road. It's not wide enough for buses in each direction. What's going to happen when either in the morning or in the afternoon when buses are coming or going, if somebody on Binnacle Point needs emergency vehicles? You're gonna have to send a fire truck, an ambulance, and probably a police car down there. Well, guess what? A fire engine and a bus are not gonna fit on that road. If it's in the wintertime, who's going where? The road is only gonna be plowed. There's no place, it's not wide enough to put the snow further out. So what's going to happen? Who's going to be stuck? Is the person on Binnacle Point going to be stuck waiting for emergency vehicle? Every minute could be life threatening. It was brought up to me by one of my neighbors today. I keep thinking that, well, these students will not be walking from Ridge and Culver to the site because they'll be bussed in or driven in. But what about the kids in my neighborhood or at Baycrest and that side who are walking to Eastridge? You've got all these cars coming down towards the school now. If you're coming from San Doris or from San Marie or San Rose, you're going to have to cross Ridge Road to get to Eastridge. There's no good place right now there's really, the only place to do that is between Bayshore and 590. Well, if you've got 700 kids coming down that road on buses and private cars, there's now not going to be a good place to cross that road. People now like to walk in my neighborhood, like to cross over to Newport and walk around there. Again, with all the traffic, it's not going to be safe. They do not need this variance. They need to find a spot that doesn't need a variance. They don't need to cram 700 people into a 125 spot building. Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak? If so, please step up.
My name is Bill Steger, 144 Sandora Circle. A lot of what's been discussed tonight seems to be use-related, but specific to what's being presented to the board tonight by the applicant is a footprint of a building that needs a variance, an area variance, because of the setback issue. If UPrep was going to use the building as just the footprint that they have now, I would see, I would probably say it's been used for a long time, so there's some grandfathering that could be looked at. But we know that the footprint is not going to be the same. They've got the football practice field, they got the gymnasium they're proposing. There's a lot of other area footprint changes that are going to take place. So I would suggest to the board that the ball game changed. The variance should not be granted, because now it needs to be looked at in a whole different spectrum of what's being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to address the board with respect to this application tonight? This is your opportunity. All right, I'm not seeing anyone who indicates that they wish to speak with respect to this application. Therefore, the applicant will have a chance to address any concerns that were raised during that portion.
Can I finish what I was going to say?
No.
Another minute.
I told you at the beginning that everyone had 5 minutes.
I didn't hear that.
Well, I can't help that you didn't hear it. It was said. You're welcome.
Mr. Chairman, I'll be quick. The vast majority of the comments are comments that we've already heard at this board. We've heard it at the planning board meetings. They are comments that go to the project and the use. And we submit that those comments aren't pertinent to the setback reduction that this area variance seeks for a single corner of an existing building on the property. They may be more, and they are likely more appropriate for the planning board and its consideration of UPrep's site plan application. But the vast majority of them don't talk about the impact of the 29.6-foot setback reduced area for that corner, what impact it will have. Yes, this area of the building will house general classrooms and career and technical education spaces. But those areas, like the entire complex, will comply with all applicable federal, state, and local laws and regulations. Lastly, as you know, there are 5 factors that this board will weigh in considering our application. Not one of those factors is in and of itself determinative. It's a weighing, a balancing test. And although substantiality might be something that a board member might feel could be a negative, it in and of itself does not determine if an area variance should be granted. And no, the future project and the future use, which, by the way, is a permitted use under the legislation adopted by this town in a residential district, the future project doesn't have a bearing on an area variance application. It certainly does on a use variance application, but it doesn't have bearing on this application, which again, simply asked for the existing building to remain in place at a reduced setback of 29.6 feet. Thank you.
All right. The hearing with respect to this matter is now closed. We'll move on to the next application on the agenda.
Next case on the agenda, next case on the agenda is case number ZB 2023-08-1. Request by 43 North Real Estate for a use variance to redevelop an existing structure to reuse as multifamily housing and mixed-use commercial on premises 41 Colebrook Drive in an R1 residential district.
Good evening. Would the board prefer that we wait
Yes.
for the public to leave?
Yeah.
Sure.
If those who are leaving could leave and those who are staying could be quiet so we can get on with the number of items that we still have on our agenda, that would be appreciated.
Good evening. My name is Daniel Brennan. I represent the applicant, 43 North Real Estate. We are seeking a use variance for the redevelopment of the property at 41 Colebrook Drive. We're seeking to use the existing structure for mixed use, including multifamily apartments. With me here today is Joel Barrett. Joel is the developer of the project. Joel has notable experience developing and rehabilitating historic properties in the Rochester area. So I'm going to turn it over to Joel. He's going to describe the project for you, but I'd like to reserve my time at the end of Joel's remarks to go through the legal standards and to answer any questions that the board has.
Hello, my name is Joel Barrett of Fairhaven Road, and I don't know if I'm to say yes to the oath.
Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, so help me God. So my name is Joel Barrett. I graduated from Irondequoit High School in 1996. I am glad that I wore a t-shirt tonight, so I'm very happy about that. I also kind of find it ironic that our first applicant was looking to convert an office to a school, and we're looking to convert a school into residential. So that's just irony, and that is kind of the real estate industry at this time. We originally met with the town board back in October of 2022 to explore the potential of redevelopment of this site, and the town board at that time communicated to us, they said, Joel, Gary, Matt, Jared, please go out into the community and find out, get the opinions, have meetings, do surveys, look to sign a petition, engage with the neighbors. So what we did is 2 community meetings. We opened it up to the public. We opened up our Facebook page to allow public comment. We provided all truth, all factual information about our market rate project, our historic preservation of the building, keeping the building within the existing footprint, no additions or no additional space on top of the building, answered a variety of questions, also proposed to the community where residential was so heavily opposed the last time there was an application. I put out there, I said, would you prefer commercial? So we went and put that to a vote, and it seemed the neighbors didn't favor commercial. We asked how they would feel about a charter school being used as a space. They didn't seem to favor a charter school. So we did look to explore options within the community. We had a petition signed that we did circulate online, and I can respect the fact that not every neighbor uses the internet as regularly as everyone does. But we had over 30 signatures on that. We have created a waiting list for these residential units, and we have enough applicants to fill the property for probably 20 years, which is good. We also did robust financial analysis and construction analysis. We're also a construction company, on what it would take to take the school in its current state and bring it back, because that cost of redevelopment to a school is the very basis of financial hardship. So we've included robust pro formas, 15-year discounted cash flow analysis, construction budgets that we had spent quite a bit of time and used third parties to validate. We used market rate rentals from brokers and listings from the MLS, as well as a 10-year history of this property being attempted to be leased, sold, or rented in its current zoning designation. So we did the analysis with the community. We did a financial analysis. We looked at market rate comparisons. What will it take to put this school back together? And then we did what developers do. Can this be a profitable endeavor as a school? There's an acquisition price, there's a redevelopment price, there's an abatement price to internal environmental issues. And even at market rates, we used a higher rate than what was proposed by a third-party real estate broker. I said they were being conservative, and I took a higher rental rate and applied that to the financials. And there is not a possible way to have this property cash flow as a school. So the basis of the financial hardship, I believe we did a very detailed and robust analysis to be able to do that. I think we went above and beyond to interface with the community. And I do feel that the opposition at this point of the project is related to fears, number one, from members of the church that will fear that by selling the school, the parish, not myself as a developer, may sell other pieces of the school once this, or pieces of the parcel once this school is sold or redeveloped. So I would look and ask for the board, to take that into account, that some of the objections, and I did read the letters that Michelle had sent out, and I appreciate the engagement of the community. A lot of the letters were around what happens if this sells, or the rest of the parcel be redeveloped. And we specifically went for a use variance versus a rezone, because I know the signs are still out that say no rezone, no R5. So we wanted to make sure that what we did was based on community feedback, that a rezone and a change of the map would possibly create future changes or future rezones. And we wanted to know it related specifically to a structure to protect the fabric of Irondequoit. We wanted to do a market rate project. And if you look on our website, or if you look at any of the articles that have been in the paper about our organization, you can see the product that we put together in residential neighborhoods, extremely cohesive and extremely preservation-based, and not doing lots of additions or expansion of footprints. We are strictly here to preserve the existing building, create an apartment that is, or create a residence in a community that, merges with the the fabric of that community very well. And, the other part is, I do understand that there are residents within proximity that are opposed to the project as well. And I can understand that they would consider an apartment not in line or not part of R1, but for that portion, or those people that have that level of opposition, I understand it, I respect it, and I was trying to interface with as many as possible. But the zoning code also allows for this variance, and also allows for changes to the zoning map when you have buildings or structures that don't fit and don't work anymore. So just as black and white as an R1 code is the zoning code also provides financial hardship, which is why we're here today. Regarding the project, we are a market rate developer. We do not take affordable housing or subsidized housing credits. All of our rents and all of our projects, 100% of all the units that we own, are of market rate and are of high quality, and we pride ourselves in that. And the only reason that we would contemplate commercial use on a lower level is just due to historic preservation standards. That was an original worship place by the church, so we may not be able to compartmentalize that into residential units. I will say there have been preliminary conversations with the daycare to utilize that space, but no other commercial venues that we've discussed with at this point. Predominantly, it would be my goal to be a daycare and then potentially some tenant amenity space. And really, I think that, the application we put forward clearly evidences the financial hardship. The work that we did in the community clearly evidences an attempt by our development organization to find out what people really want, find out what the pain points are of the project, and do a best to create a plan that mitigates that and supports the fabric and aligns with the fabric of the neighborhood in Irondequoit. And I have a lot of family and friends that are here, so, and I take a lot of pride in the work that we do. So I really want to do right by the town that I grew up in as well. I think that's all I have on the project.
I'd just like to give some brief remarks. I know there's plenty of other people that would like to speak tonight too, but I just want to go briefly through the legal standards. As you know, our application made it very clear we're seeking a use variance. Understand that there was an error on our EAF indicating this was a permitted use. It's not a permitted use. I think that's very clear from our application. We're seeking a use variance because mixed use and multifamily is not a permitted use in the district. We've established with dollars and cents proof that there is a financial hardship created by the zoning code. In order to establish that financial hardship, we have to show that all of the allowed or permitted uses in the district are not financially feasible, that we cannot realize a reasonable rate of return from any of the allowed uses in the district, and we have demonstrated that with objective dollars and cents proof in our application. I won't go through all of it because I know this board has had the opportunity to review it. I'm sure we'll hear from more comments from members of the public, but one of the things I want to emphasize is that the uses allowed in the R1 district are very limited. We're essentially limited to single-family, school, and church use. I think we don't even need to address single-family at this point because obviously that would require complete demolition of the existing historic structure. Not only would that be an awful thing for the neighborhood, but it would not be financially feasible, clearly. So we don't need to go any further than that. But looking at the school or religious uses, the religious uses are clearly not financially feasible here. This building has been vacant for nearly 10 years. The existing church, which has chosen to sell it to the applicant, has made every opportunity to market the property for both school and religious uses and has not had a single viable offer to purchase or lease the property in a way that would yield a reasonable rate of return for the church. So this application is essentially the only thing that will save the property from continuing to be vacant and potentially continuing to be a blight on the neighborhood, but most importantly, from imposing a severe financial hardship on the existing owner who will not be able to put the property to any productive use, which is the current state that it's in right now, vacant. There is no economic use of the property. We have established that through dollars and cents proof in the form of a letter from the current property owner explaining the situation, explaining their efforts to use the property, a letter from a licensed real estate broker explaining the lack of demand for religious and school uses in the town of Irondequoit and in the Rochester area in general, as well as a pro forma and financial data from the applicant showing how use of the property as a school will not yield a reasonable financial rate of return. In fact, it would result in significant losses in the millions of dollars. So we've met the requirements under New York state law to prove financial hardship with dollars and cents proof. I'll just briefly touch on the other standards, which aren't as important as the financial hardship. The second one is that the alleged hardship is unique and does not apply to a substantial portion of the district or neighborhood. I think that's pretty clear. This is a unique property. It's a historic property. Most of the homes, as I'm sure we're about to hear from members of the public, are single-family homes. And so by definition, the problem does not apply to those types of properties. Single-family use would be appropriate and viable in a single-family home. We don't have that on this property. This property is unique in that it was designed to be a school used by the neighboring church. That does not apply to the rest of the properties in the neighborhood. The third criteria is that the requested use variance, if granted, will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. This neighborhood is a residential neighborhood. There is nothing essentially different about what is being proposed by the applicant from the existing residential uses in the neighborhood. Moreover, we're seeking to use a pre-existing structure that we've heard in the prior application was a very intense use of the land, which was used as a school, right? Lots of children, parents coming and going, events, things like that. We're not proposing that for this property. What we're proposing is residential, which is exactly what is already existing in this neighborhood. So we're not changing the existing character of the neighborhood by having 25 at most new apartments in the neighborhood. And finally, that the alleged hardship has not been self-created. I think that's pretty clear as well. The hardship of the current owner of the church is imputed to the applicant. We don't need to prove that 43 North Real Estate has a separate hardship from the church, right? We only need to prove that the church has a financial hardship caused by the zoning code, and they do. That wasn't caused by them. That was caused by the reduced demand for church services and for church space and for education space in the town of Irondequoit and in the region in general. They didn't cause the market that has rendered their property essentially useless without the variance. That is the state it is in now. It is vacant, it is useless, and it will continue to be so unless a variance is granted by this board. So we're happy to answer any questions now that the board has, and we'll be happy to answer any questions from the public as well.
Joel, I got a question for you. And you might have indicated this in the information, but it looks like that the school building and the church are connected. What is the plan as far as if the variance is granted? What is the plan to separate those? Is there a plan for that, or can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, there is a breezeway that connect the two spaces, but you can tell that the school obviously was built first because of the age of the structure. The church was built later, so there is a clear exterior door to the space and a very, reasonable place to put a demising wall between the two. And the breezeway is no longer used because occupants of the church or parishioners are not entering through that space anymore because of the closure of the school. So that door is completely locked and boarded up, and currently it's an exterior door. We would likely still use the forms of egress that are within that breezeway, but then there would be a demising wall placed between those two, because I think it still is a nice looking structure. There's some scroll work. It's a really nice piece of masonry, and it's been there for a significant amount of time, so I'd hate to tear it down. So we'd hope that we can place some type of demising wall to not alter the exterior appearance of the church.
Thank you.
What about parking? Are you going to limit how many cars a person can have, and what area are they going to be in the parking?
Yeah, I think generally, if we were realistic about it, for every two-bedroom apartment, if there's two occupants, they're each going to have two cars. So we have created a site plan that makes sense based on a maximum of the 25 apartments that we plan to put in. So we do have enough parking there and a little bit of additional parking for visitors. The other, idea is that the school obviously, so I think we have enough parking on site based on our current site plan and subdivision model to accommodate not only the residents, but also visitors.
Thank you.
Because it's so much less intensive of a use than it was as a school. I mean, we just talked about the traffic, the buses, with our last applicant. Here we might have 20 cars. Some of our residents may not be full-time in Rochester anymore. They might be, retirees that spend part of the time in down south or something like that, so.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll open this up to public input. Anyone who wishes to speak in favor of this application?
Thank you.
Please come forward. You're welcome. Thank you.
This is spoken in favor of.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know who I was.
Richard Barone, 154 Allwood Drive, Irondequoit. Of the 82 years I lived 55 years in this town. I walked every one of the 600 streets at least once or twice. I know this neighborhood, been there twice, knocked on a lot of houses over the years. My credentials to address this issue is as follows. I served 8 years as a councilman of this town dealing with zoning and impact of developments on town residents. I served 14 years as a town planning board member, 10 years as the chairman, dealing with the environmental law of the state of New York on every project, every month for 14 years. I know that law was by heart. I've heard a lot of opinions over those years and a lot of facts. Based on over 20 years of dealing with environmental impacts of every neighborhood in this town, I've been blessed to have served and honored by the public. I'd like to make the following comments. There is no environmental impact because you're not changing the building. Also, as a school, you would have had at least 20 cars and buses all coming at the same time. You're not going to have that with apartments. I've never seen it in this town in 55 years, where apartments you have a whole bunch of cars all at one time. But you had that with a school. So this is less impact on the neighborhood than even a school. The school building, of course, has been there. That hasn't impinged on the neighborhood. No one's complained about that building being there. I don't remember it. I read the newspapers, too. The rents of $18,000 to $22,000 a month, I'm told, would indicate that this is market. I reviewed the application, and 8 or almost half of the apartments are studio or one bedroom. So the impact on the parking should not, I think, only be 1 to 2 cars per apartment or per unit. It's my understanding, I could be incorrect, they're talking about 66 parking spaces. I don't think that would impact the church's ability. I've been in that church, I've been at those masses. There are not a lot of people in that church. But I think the parking maybe could be reduced somewhat. I'm not sure it's justified at taking 60-something spaces. All those years on the board, I'd have to make a comment to the public when we had a hearing like this, because people do not understand this country. They don't understand that the federal and state constitutions provide this applicant and any applicant who owns property the ability, 1, to sell it, and 2, the ability to use it in a reasonable way following the regulations. Every few months I had to make that statement because people think they can stop somebody from developing their property. It's unfortunate that tonight so many people discussed this matter and did not address the issue being the area situation, as it was with the previous item on the agenda. So you're looking at a situation that's less of an impact when it was a school, and it's going to have very few because you're not going to have a rush hour, so to speak, situation. I'm a member of this parish. The parish has been in decline for the last 10 years. There's no way they're going to be able to do a school. They've closed 4 of the 5 great schools. There's no way you can ever use this place as a school again. So the economics indicate that this is a hardship in a way because of the nature of the economics of the situation of which the church, or parish rather, had no part in. So, gentlemen, I believe this is a good use, perhaps certain refinements in the way it should be approved by this board and the planning board. but people are fearful in this country today and in this city, or this town. And I think their fears are unbased. Let me give you one example. Hobie Creek Apartments. I think there's at least 20, maybe 30 or 40 apartments there. My mom lived there for a while. That's on a residential street. Totally residential street. Converted, brand new building of apartments. Has not affected that residential area one iota. I've talked to the people. I know some of the people there. So you have an example right in this town of an area residential having an apartments, which I'm not sure they're market or low income what they are offhand. But you have an examples where this type of apartment project, it's a low number, I mean 20, 23 units, that's not very many, did not have an effect in this town. So you got proof, not opinion, real world example of this type of apartments not hurting the residential area. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak in favor of this application?
I do.
Okay.
Hi, Leslie Murphy. I live on Lake Lee, which is directly around the corner from this area. I don't want to
Leslie, I'm sorry, what number on Lake Lee?
Oh, I didn't give the number, 80.
80, thank you.
I just wanted to show my support for the project.
There's not going to be any comments if you can't be quiet.
It's 2 turns, and my kids go to the school across the street, so I drive by it every day. In fact, when I drove by a couple weeks ago, there were police cars, and there had been a break-in. The building's becoming very dilapidated, so that's becoming an issue. I didn't support the previous plan. I didn't feel like anyone really had a plan. I attended Joel's meetings, and I put my trust in them. I did research. My parents had to move. Sorry, not a public speaker. My parents had to move out of Irondequoit after being here for 40 years because there was nowhere for them to go. So they're in Greece, and I'd really love for them to come home. I think this is our last opportunity, or this is it. If this gets shut down, no one's going to do it. Let's put it in the hands of people who are from Irondequoit and believe in Irondequoit. Thank you.
That's enough.
I'm Mary Beth Robinson Vey of 150 Hillhurst Lane. My comments are very similar. Apparently you're my neighbor, but we haven't met. I also live very near the school. I have spent my entire life within a couple blocks of that school. I did attend that school. My father was in the very first class when that school was opened. We have a situation where we have a building that is either going to need to be demolished or repurposed, and it needs to happen in the next couple years. I hope everyone here has seen the pictures of the inside of that school. It has been vandalized to the point where it cannot stand like this anymore. It's going to have to be taken down. And that is a terrible thing. We have a building here that can be utilized for purposes that are needed in our community. My parents also had to move out of Irondequoit and would have loved to have stayed in the area. We need this level of housing so people can downsize when the time comes. I will say that I know of Joel Barrett and the Musises. They are tied to our community. They are smart, they are ethical, and they are committed to doing the right thing by this building. I also have several friends who live in some of their other projects and have nothing but good things to say about the way they run their units, about the service they provide, and about the way the buildings are maintained. This is a chance for this building to be renovated, to again be landscaped, to be utilized in a light way that fits into the neighborhood quite well. I welcome new neighbors into my neighborhood, and I hope they have a wonderful time in this building because I think this group could really do a terrific job with this project. Thank you.
Anyone else wish to speak in favor? Step right up.
Hi, Mary Lou Wilson, 3949 St. Paul, which is also very close to St. Thomas. I too strongly support this redevelopment project. I think it is an exciting and creative solution that will result in a unique asset to the community. The developers have done their homework, they have an extensive portfolio of successful projects, and they've made a great effort to engage with the community. I'm at an age where, yes, it's true, I'm starting to think about not having to maintain my 100-year-old home forever. So I would be very excited to move into an apartment at this location, and I urge you to support the project.
Thank you.
Elaine Cole, 62 Rock Beach Road. It's about 4 blocks away from this property. We've lived there for years. I too speak in favor of this project for some of these same reasons. I think we have a sign on the corner of our town hall property that says Irondequoit is a town for a lifetime, but we're not. My husband and I have lost so many friends and neighbors because if they don't need their big homes, they can't go up and down the stairs, they get tired of taking care of the property, they have to leave town. And I would hope that my friends and neighbors will want my husband and I to be able to remain as their neighbors. The only disappointing thing I think I heard is that there's already a waiting list. I can't wait 20 years, Joel. I don't have 20 years, so put me to the top of your list. But there's definitely a need to keep residents here if we can, and to attract some younger couples who aren't quite ready yet maybe to own a home, but they move here. Maybe they'll like their surroundings and want to remain Irondequoit residents. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Tom O'Neill, and unfortunately I can't give you an Irondequoit address because I don't live here anymore. I lived here from 1973 to 2022. We decided like
Sir,
this...
still for the record, could you give me your current address for the record?
Oh, yeah. It's 106 Orchard View Drive, 14612. We want to come home. We sold our house last year, and like this previous speaker said, there is no place for us to go in Irondequoit. We want to come back to Irondequoit. We got a nice place now, but it's not Irondequoit. And I know that these guys would do a heck of a job, and it'd be upscale apartments that people like myself, and if anybody's against this project, then they're against people like me. And I don't know why they would be against people like me, but nonetheless, I strongly urge you to approve this project. Thank you.
Sir. Next.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Dunn. I live at 79 Pinecrest Drive, just a couple of blocks away from the property in question. I support the project. Full disclosure, Joel's my cousin, but either way, I would support this project. Ultimately, the worst case scenario, as far as I'm concerned, is for the building to continue to decay and become more dangerous to the community. As was mentioned before, not too long ago, some kids broke in. So long as that temptation is there, there will be kids willing to try and break in. I think best to renovate the building, remove the potential temptation to do such a thing. It would be safer for the community overall, and to the best of my knowledge, there are no other viable plans forward. So this seems like the demand seems there, good a plan as any. So I am in support of the renovation of the building.
Thank you.
Hi, members of the board and the community in 43 North. Thank you very much for listening to me. My name is Tracy Google, and I live at 10 Rock Beach Road, right at the corner of Colebrook. Initially, when I went to the meeting with 43 North and their proposal, I really felt like I was strongly against the idea because we're new. We've been in the neighborhood for 5 years, and when I first came into the neighborhood, I was just in awe about all the animals. about the deer and the rabbits and the birds, and there's so much beauty in Irondequoit. It's a very, very special place. I know everyone here feels that and knows that. So my concern was, how would this development impact upon not only the environment, but this uniqueness of Irondequoit and the value of our property? After thinking and listening to people here tonight, and also from doing my research, I think it would be really great to have a place for older residents to come, or have people that want to come into the neighborhood, because right now in the United States we have a housing crisis and we need places for people to go. And I think that it's important for us to give a little to people and our environment, and to include people, be inclusive. And so I would be willing to be inclusive of that. But I also want to make sure that this development really considers that they maybe reduce the number of units to maybe 20, so that there's less cars and less traffic. So maybe there's a bit of a compromise, would be my take on the situation. I think that would make me feel more comfortable as a resident. But thank you for trying to do something great for Irondequoit and being a resident here, and you've put a lot of research and thought into it. And if there's anyone to develop something, I want someone that's done their due diligence and their research and that cares about the community. So you have my support. Thank you.
My name is Eddie Dunn. I live at 54 West Avenue in Fairport, actually, and it's a development that 43 North developed. The buildings were 3 brick buildings that were falling into disrepair, and the neighbors didn't like them. Anyways, I've been there. It's going to be starting my 5th year in October. I've had so many people from the neighborhood, chief of police, former deputy mayor is my next door neighbor, that they're so happy. People walking on the canal love the look. They took all the building's character, updated a little bit, kept the old style, and they're beautiful apartments, and I'm fortunate to be there. And I just want to say what a phenomenal job they've done. The properties are maintained, and I think I'm also a graduate of Irondequoit, 1977. I have 2 sisters that own homes here, 2 nieces, and a son. So I'm in favor of these guys taking a property that's doomed to not be made into what it could be, and take care of it and do something positive for the town. Thank you.
Anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of this application?
Yes, good evening. My name is Jane DeVoldry, and I live at 743 Oak Ridge Drive. My husband and I are proud graduates of St. Thomas School, having met there while we were 3rd graders. We're also lifelong residents of Irondequoit, and we raised our daughters here. And I also taught 32 years in West Irondequoit. We now have 2/3 of our grandchildren and their parents living a stone's throw and about a 2-minute walk from hopefully what will be our new home at the St. Thomas residences. We look at this opportunity to move to the redeveloped St. Thomas as a full circle moment for us. When we think of downsizing and not maintaining a home anymore, we hate the thought of having to move from our lifelong community because of limited options here, as other people have already spoken. This project, as proposed, would afford people like us the chance to stay put and not having to move to a town east or west and start over, establishing a new history and new connections. This plan has been well crafted. My husband and I participated in all the previous meetings and have researched this group of developers and know them each personally. This project would serve not only us, but many members of community, and it definitely fills a void that we have in town. The housing dilemma, not only for seniors and others, can be likened to a workplace where people spend their lives giving their time, talent, dedication, their volunteerism, and are told at a certain age there's no longer a place for them in their work community, and they have to start over in another place. This project is a solid, beneficial step to fix that in our community. In recent years, we've watched our friends reluctantly leave town because not having a good next stop housing option. When they leave, they take their time, their talent, their resources, and they take their vestedness in a wonderful community, and they take their volunteerism out of our town, which we need them. It would provide continuity not only for us, but for people like us to be able to stay put. We wholeheartedly support this project and the repurposing of St. Thomas. Thank you.
Good evening to the board and to the members of this community. My name is Joshua Simpson. I live at 179 Rosemont Drive. That may be a little bit farther away than some of the other people who have spoken tonight from the property, but I come to speak in favor of the developer. I admit that I have bias as well. He is my first cousin, but also tonight you've heard from my uncle, my mother, and my aunt, and cousins are all here as well. And we've not only grew up together as a family in Irondequoit, and my house of worship has been here my whole life, but I've also worked for my cousin, and he has created something that he's very humble. So I get to speak his loud, to speak his honors. He really, really cares about this community a lot. And truthfully, in his successful career, I was always wondering why he didn't do something here a little sooner, because he already has several buildings downtown that he's developed. My uncle just spoke about the apartments in Fairport, which he developed, which I was happy to help do some contract work on. And I can only imagine it's because he wanted it to be the right property and to do his due diligence because of his love for this community. And after hearing everyone speak, it just reminded me like how amazing of a person he is, and how important it is for the person who develops the land to care about the land, and what impact that can have on the whole project. I encourage everyone to check out Base Build if you haven't yet, and look at some of the work that they've done. There's something simple and profound about the work that Base does, because they choose to use really good material and keep very simple and elegant plans, but take into consideration all the factors that are involved in community development, not just development for monetary gain, but development for family growth and community enrichment. So I just hope that everyone checks out the company and gives it their approval. Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Margaret Corbin. I live at 333 Colebrook Drive. I think I'm the resident that's been there the longest. So before it was Cole Road, and the little mansion down the road was it, and my father bought an acre, two lots. I'm in another category. I'm the foot in each camp. So they don't have a category for it. At first, I was not in favor of it. What I'm hearing is people are putting a lot of faith in the person that is offered this. I've gone to a couple of other hearings. what concerns me is that we have enough control over what the development will be, that it's not only just on his shoulders, this one nice guy. And so are we going to have enough ruling on the way the apartments are used and so forth? So, as others have said, not too many apartments, just so that we don't get that property overrun as well. So I think there is this need. I keep hearing it from other people, and people would like to stay nearby. Their children and their other family members. So I think that's the strongest. But my other cautionary is I was a property owner manager, had 24 units in the city in a very nice neighborhood, but it takes management. It takes a lot of management, and you hear the wonderful stories about future tenants, and if they don't follow through, who does it? You know, who is somebody going to be babysitting this property? So I think that one of the things I would ask the board is there a way to build that in to this program, into this project? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in favor of this application? Seeing none, we'll open it up to those who wish to speak in opposition to this application.
Good evening. My name is Jacob Zoglin. I'm an attorney and partner at the Zoglin Group here in Rochester, and I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of Denise Flanagan in opposition to 43 North Real Estate's use variance application. The application seeks to convert an unused building that was historically a school connected to the adjacent church into a mixed-use residential building for apartments and commercial uses. Upon studying the project, it's clear that the applicant has not met its burden, and so its application should be denied because the applicable zoning regulations and restrictions have not caused undue hardship, and that's the standard here. As to the first variance factor, the applicant failed to proffer dollars and cents proof that it cannot realize a reasonable return if the property is used for any permissible use. That's the key. It needs to offer dollars and cents proof regarding any permitted use, which it has objectively not done. To sustain its burden on this factor, the applicant needs to show by that dollars and cents proof that each and every permissible use of the property under the zoning code would not allow the applicant to realize that reasonable rate of return. There must be both objective financial data and analysis to support such a conclusion. And again, the applicant has made clear it has not offered that proof as to each permitted use. They didn't even bother to try to do that. And so this renders its application facially defective, and so it has to be denied on that basis alone. It didn't provide dollars and cents proof as to single-family dwellings, churches, fire stations, parks, playgrounds, and recreation areas, farms, greenhouses, and plant nurseries, or home occupation. Its failure to present dollars and cents proof as to each of those renders its application defective. As to the second factor, the application should be denied because the alleged hardship from which relief is sought is not unique. The uniqueness of the hardship must stem from the circumstances that are peculiar to the land itself, not the applicant or the owner. But here, the hardship is commonplace. The applicant claims that it would be cost prohibitive to resume a school or church use of the property because of the cost of repairing the structure. But deferred maintenance or neglect of a property that results in increased costs for repair does not render a property unique, and instead is exactly the type of hardship that affects a substantial portion of the district or neighborhood, and so no use variance is permitted under these circumstances. As to the third factor, granting the variance will alter the essential character of the neighborhood. This is an R1 neighborhood in which the property is located, where the zoning code does not permit it multi-family residential or commercial uses such as what are proposed here. The fact that the application is inconsistent with both the prevailing development patterns in the area and the comprehensive plan also demonstrate that granting the variance will alter the essential character. Development patterns in this neighborhood have trended increasingly residential for many years. We've heard that from those who have spoken. This project would be inconsistent with those residential development patterns by establishing an incompatible apartment use and commercial use, which are both more intensive than the existing trend and the existing use, which is vacant. The variance would allow also development that is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan, which does not anticipate the siting of apartment uses or commercial uses in R1 districts, particularly where it disrupts residential neighborhoods. The comprehensive plan makes this point clear by noting that higher density residential uses, like what's being proposed, should not be sited near less intensive residential neighborhoods like the ones that it's being proposed in, but instead they should be located where there are existing commercial use centers, which is not present. So granting the variance would further create non-conforming conditions that the zoning code specifically seeks to curb and which defy targets in the town's planning documents. As to the fourth factor, the alleged difficulty is self-created. There's a presumption in New York law of a self-created hardship, whereas here, the property owner had actual or constructive knowledge of the limitations on the use of the property under the zoning code. Here, there's no dispute that the property owner and applicant are aware of the limitations that prevent it from converting to the proposed use. Further, courts find that a hardship is self-created, whereas here, the applicant acquires land for a purpose outlawed by the existing regulations, which is exactly what's happening. Self-created hardship is also found where the conditions of the property that allegedly make repair impractical either existed at the time of purchase or resulted from inadequate maintenance, both facts present here. These facts establish that the hardship that the applicant seeks relief from was self-created. And if you agree with me on any of these points, it's appropriate to deny the application. So in conclusion, the record is clear that the applicable zoning regulations and restrictions have not caused an unnecessary hardship, and each of the use variance factors weighs against the application. Thank you for your time tonight. I'd like to just note one more thing, which is that there are some inaccuracies in the short environmental assessment form, and therefore the board should not grant an application based on incorrect information. Thank you.
Oh, hello. My name is Andy Falaco at 183 Belmead Road. I was born here in Irondequoit. I went through West Irondequoit Central School District, graduated, coached their sports teams for the past 15 years, and I live here now. I taught in public schools for 14 years. And then last year, over the summer, I became headmaster of St. John Bosco Schools, currently in East Rochester. What started as 10 families in a living room with one teacher grew to the point where they had to rent space from party houses during the week. So imagine that. They'd had to set up Monday morning, have their classes, and then tear down Friday night for weddings, gatherings, whatever, and then go find a new party house or go back to the same one. They continued to grow under those circumstances until a benefactor left them enough money to purchase a school. They bought the vacant St. Jerome School building, which needed a lot of work. Asbestos everywhere, bad floors, bad roofs, bad windows. Those families were presented with an uphill climb to make something out of nothing, and over the past 16 years, they succeeded where many others fail. Now as headmaster, I'm proud to say we're working on a strategic plan to deal with the fact that we are outgrowing that school. Our Board of Governors sent the owner of this property, St. Cattery, a letter of interest on April 19th to begin the conversations necessary for us to move forward. After needing to send a second letter with no response, we did receive a response on June 28th, letting us know it was unavailable for inspection as it was under contract. Board members did, however, tour the grounds, and they looked at photos that have been taken, I'm sure a lot of us here have seen them, a few years ago inside that building. Now remember, the board's been through this. They know what's required, and it stated in that meeting that they were not intimidated by what they saw. I've heard a lot of comments tonight, people saying that it can't be a school anymore. I tend to disagree. St. John Bosco Schools took a similar school in similar condition and turned it into a successful entity looking to expand. and I believe they could do it again. The representative at the beginning said, you know, neighbors didn't want apartments, they didn't want commercial, and they didn't want charter schools. That only leaves a school. They'd be happy if the right school came in. And I'm very confident, us expressing interest, we would be the right school that would make this community very happy with no need for a variance, no need for rezoning. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman and members of the board, thank you for your service, much appreciated. I'm standing up here because I want to say yes. I want to say yes to our master plan.
I'm sorry, sir. Could you please state your name and address
I can,
for the record?
yes, of course.
Thank you.
Jim Rafferty from 130 Washington Avenue, right down the street from the school. So I want to say yes to our master plan, which supports producing multifamily housing, which is obviously in demand. We've heard that tonight. But our master plan says this multifamily housing, such as apartments, belongs only in areas such as commercial corridors, and only when it does not adversely affect the character of the surrounding neighborhood. And the surrounding neighborhoods include well-attended schools and lots of well-loved single-family homes on separate lots in neighborhoods that are quiet, peaceful, and already at a perfect density. Now, this is the character of our neighborhood now, and it is due in part to our existing zoning laws. So I'm here to voice a resounding yes. The old St. Thomas School is located in an R1 zoning district, and I say yes, it can be turned into something great that would preserve the existing character and benefit our entire community, all within our existing zoning laws. Now, within an R1 district, the following are already allowed. We heard this, Jacob did a great job talking about it, right? Single-family homes, public parks, playgrounds, I didn't know that, playgrounds, and similar recreational areas. And of course, churches, similar places of worship, schools, libraries, municipal and special district buildings, whatever that is. I don't really actually know. So there's a lot of existing uses. Now, this board here, you well know you'll be tasked with considering 4 important criteria. Whether or not the applicant can extract a reasonable return, not the highest return, a reasonable return on investment using an existing lawful purpose. Now, I'll note anyone here who has seen their new property tax assessment truly understands how profitable single-family homes have become in our community. But that's just one example. So whether you will also be tasked with deciding whether or not the property itself has unique circumstances that would prevent existing lawful purpose, which clearly it does. We've heard that already. You'll also be tasked with whether or not the situation is self-created. Let's be specific here. What situation are we talking about? That the property has fallen into grave disrepair due to the neglect on the part of its owner? Or the situation that a purchaser may not be able to develop the property according to the wishes of his investors against existing zoning laws. Both of these situations are self-created. In fact, it's difficult how to see this entire situation is not self-created in a bigger picture. You'll also be tasked with deciding whether or not there would be a change in the character of our neighborhood. The character of our neighborhood, filled with families of all types and single-family homes with well-cared-for properties, filled with children who are walking and biking to nearby schools. Now, it's easy to see that an increase in the density due to apartments would adversely affect the character of the neighborhood. At first on one property, and then surely by right or by precedence on additional properties. Higher density equals more traffic. Yeah, more traffic. Day, night, weekends, 24/7. It's more. You can't say it's not more. So more traffic, more noise, and congestion, which, in addition to posing dangers to those kids walking and biking to school, all of these things do, in fact, adversely affect the character of our neighborhood. So look, I say this plainly. If it happens here, and it happens now, we will lose our ability to stop what comes next. What comes next is redevelopment and infill. And it starts with one property, multiple lots, like this school, and the adjoining rectory, and the parking lot, maybe even the church itself. What comes next is tearing down existing homes, existing structures to build multifamily, high-density living. And as soon as the precedent is there and the profitability is high enough, it will happen, unless we say yes to our existing zoning law in Irondequoit right now. So my hope is that all the community members are going to say yes with me on this. Yes to our existing zoning rules without use variances, and yes to our existing character, which needs no improvement. Thank you very much.
That's enough.
I'm Virginia Maurer. I live at 203 Pinecrest Drive. I have been able to walk to St. Thomas property within 2 minutes. I am on that property 3 to 4 times every week. I was there this morning at 8:30. I'm in this, because of my volunteer work, I'm in the church and I'm in the parish center. And there are other volunteers. I'm not unique. I am nowhere near the school, because St. Cattery has never allowed us a key to those people who maintain that property. The property is in much better shape than what it was 8 years ago when it was completely abandoned. So the school, this is a direct result of their neglect. 2, will it affect the character of my neighborhood? I can honestly tell you yes. How do I know that? Because less than a mile away is Westage at the harbor. You all know it. They're owner-occupied condominiums. They've been there for years. 2 years ago, the owners and board passed a law that said you are no longer able to rent your unit. You're able to live there, and if your renters can stay as long as they're grandfathered in, no new renters. Why do you think that board and those owners did that? Specifically was, it changed the character of Westage, and it devalued the property. And that's less than 3/4 of the way. Is there a need for apartments and senior housing apartments in Irondequoit? We did St. Salome's. We're doing St. Cecilia's. We are building luxury apartments on Wambachs. If we can get the apartment renters in line, we're going to rebuild it Skyview, a whole new set. All of that is in Irondequoit. There's no need for 23 additional properties in this perfect, pristine, owner-occupied resident neighborhood. So if you approve this, you will reward St. Cattery for neglecting, not even giving a key so we can go in and check the place. You will reward Joel because he's not a not-for-profit. He's going in there for money. And I love the fact that you grew up in Irondequoit, but you don't live in Irondequoit, and you don't live within walking distance. This is my neighborhood, my character. I raise my kids here, and my kids live here. There are other uses for that school. It doesn't have to be apartments, and it doesn't have to be commercial. And if you don't think we need a commercial, we're less than 1.5 miles from I-Square, less than 1.5 miles from Stutson Street Plaza. Really? Is that the only thing we can do in Irondequoit? Keep Irondequoit what's great about Irondequoit. It's family. It's residential. It's unique. It's one of the best towns in all of Monroe County. Don't destroy it because somebody doesn't want to take care of their property and someone wants to make $1. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Scott Smith. I'm an attorney, although I don't represent anybody here. I've practiced real estate law for 44 years. I'm a member of the Latin Mass community.
Excuse me, Mr. Smith, your address for the record, please?
Sorry, 511 List Avenue, and I'm
Thank
4
you.
blocks away, a long walk to St. Thomas. I'm I'm not trying to express whether or not Mr. Barrett's idea is a good one or a bad one. But if it's a good one, in my view, he needs to persuade the town board that rezoning St. Thomas is a good idea. Applying for a use variance, in my view, is not a substitute for rezoning the property through the democratic process. Applying to this board is not a substitute for the inconvenience of having to engage in the politics of rezoning this property. Now here we have to distinguish between St. Caterie's, the owner of the property, and 43 North Real Estate as the applicant. Now, I'm not going to review the same 4 factors that you well know, that Mr. Zoglin so well outlined. But they are, just to tick them off, reasonable return, unique, alter the essential character, and self-created hardship. I want to focus on the self-created hardship first. Because in my view, that's the most important factor. And it's obvious that any hardship here is self-created. If you look, again, Mr. Zoglin covered this better than me. But if you look at Mr. Barrett's application, he's obviously aware of the limitations, so we can't argue that he's unaware of them. As far as I know, we have no proof in the record, and I've reviewed the record a couple times, that the property's actually been acquired. There's a contract, but I'm sure it's contingent upon getting permission. But on the other hand, the owner of the property closed the school and allowed the building to fall into disrepair. So any hardship on their part has got to be manifestly self-created. If we go back to the first factor, again, I think Mr. Zoglin did a beautiful job of applying it, but I looked very carefully at the application, and it's full of conclusory statements without dollars and cents proof. In particular, I'm going to distinguish between St. Caterie and Mr. Barrett. I hope when I die I have all Mr. Barrett's supporters praising me 1/10 of as much as we praise him. Because he's obviously a very, very sensitive guy. But this is not the procedural device, in my view, to accomplish what he wants to accomplish. When I look at this property from the perspective of the church, the idea of reasonable return really makes even less sense, because the property is used for a purpose that really has no dollars and cents equation to it. Again, I'm a parishioner. I was there the other Sunday, and every single parking spot was occupied. I don't know where Mr. Barone feels like the church is dying. It's not. The Latin Mass community has been growing steadily. The second factor in this list is altering the essential neighborhood character of the neighborhood. And I'm just going to draw my experience as a member of the Board of Assessment. I've been a member of the Irondequoit Board of Assessment for the last 10 years. We had 900 grievances this year. In my view, in my experience, based upon hearing those over 10 years, nothing affects the essential character of a neighborhood more than the introduction of multifamily housing. And I think Ms. Mauer's presentation, I certainly join her opinion there. And again, I think Mr. Zoglin put it better than I did in terms of the unique factor. Again, we have to think that it's not the hardship that's felt by St. Thomas isn't unique in the sense that because churches face financial difficulties, the zoning applies to the whole neighborhood, and it's obviously almost entirely a single-family neighborhood. So in conclusion, I believe that the ZBA can rationally conclude that any hardship is self-created and therefore should deny the variance, that neither the owner nor the applicant is entitled to use variance, and they should instead rezone. Thank you.
members of the zoning board, thank you for taking your time this evening. I'm the pastor of St. Catherine. I'm essentially the CEO, and anything that happens on any of the 4 churches of which I'm pastor or our school has to have my approval. And obviously, I also have to have the approval of many other parties.
Can you provide your address?
Involved. Yes, 445 Kings Highway South.
And
Father Lance Gagnon. Yep, yep. Just a couple of different points. I think the record can show from past zoning board applicants that every attempt to try to do something with this building has failed. It's been rejected. Sometimes the developers themselves have pulled out. And there have been varying presentations. Actually, many of the same points that have been brought up are pretty much the same as this evening. I would just say a couple of things for clarification. One is the idea of having a school at that site. I certainly have explored that. St. Catherine is one parish. In other words, there's 4 churches within that parish. We have actually a very nice school right at 445 Kings Highway South with a gymnasium, green space, and the like. So I don't see this site.
Is Father for it or against it? Because if he's for it.
I don't.
Ma'am, please sit down. Thank you. Enough. If you're going to speak out, you can either come up to the podium and have 5 minutes, or you can leave. Man, sir, one more time and you're out. Good. Leave.
I apologize on behalf of everyone here for the internal politics that we're having. I've made personal attempts on numbers of occasions to try to resolve things. Nothing's happened. So at this point in time, to have the least impact on the current worshiping community, this is St. Thomas, I would ask the zoning board to consider approving this variance on behalf of Joel Barrett. We don't have the resources to do any of this development, and few people would. So this is this building also is a major liability. As you might have heard at the beginning of the summer, there were 12 policemen from Irondequoit that came due to the break-in that occurred at the school. This is an ongoing thing. All I'm asking is that we could move forward to resolve this and get beyond this hostility, really, that is not helping anyone to solve anything. And I tried to pick the best developer I could, and I picked someone local, and I have full confidence in Joel Barrett and his enterprises. They're serious when they tackle a difficulty. I'm also interested in preservation. I don't want to see anything happen to this building. I don't want it demolished. That is a beautiful campus. The parishioners themselves appreciate it. It should stay as it is. And if we can use it for a good purpose that is economically feasible, which is getting very difficult as the deterioration continues, it's terrible condition, then I think that's a reasonable request. So with the least impact, and I think it would add value to the neighborhood, and certainly, and as pastor of St. Catherine, that's, I'm certainly available to answer any questions, but just appreciate your taking the time. And again, apologize for, this is a long history that predates me. I've been here for about 4.5 years, and I'm amazed at the amount of resistance to any idea that has such a long history. So I would hope that we can move in a positive direction. Thank you very much.
Joe Palladino, 34 Colebrook Drive, right across the street from this church and the school. We don't seem to get notified on Colebrook and Titus when these meetings are held, okay? I've been to both those meetings. There was not overwhelming support. People that supported this apartment were from Kings Highway, Titus Avenue, Oakridge. They weren't from this neighborhood, okay? Now, I'm gonna rent these apartments out. Sounds like everybody's going to be 85 years old. Could be some 35-year-old people in there with good jobs that are drug dealers. Okay, that could happen too. All right?
Sir?
Yes.
35-year-old people who are going to turn out to be drug dealers could buy the house next door to you.
That's true.
So that's not an
That's true.
argument.
That's very true.
And that's not a point that furthers our discussion and our consideration, so if you could move on, please.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I'm against putting an apartment there. It's not zoned for an apartment. I don't care if it's zoned for dinosaurs. Put that in there. To change the face of this neighborhood is not right, okay? there's people walking around, there's a kids' neighborhood, that's a residential neighborhood. It should not be zoned for anything other than what it is zoned for. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir.
Nancy Donnie, 125 Kenmore Lane. Not a professional speaker. I want to set the record straight. When I first went to Joel's meetings, it was all fancy and he had a nice smile. And I said, I would love to live in an apartment that was so close to the church in the Adoration Chapel. But I want to set the record straight and say I am against these apartments. I would like for Joel to scratch one thing off of his yes list. I believe that I live in a R1 neighborhood right around the corner, and we have these treasures here in Irondequoit that are the R1 neighborhoods. And if you change this because Joel has a lot of family and friends who want to move into his apartments, you're letting him stick his toe in the door. And once you get that toe in the door, then the whole thing starts cracking because the ice gets in there and it's gone. So don't drive a wedge in this neighborhood, in my neighborhood. Don't drive a wedge in this vibrant, growing Latin Mass community just because we can't get our leader to back us. Parishioners put that school up with their money, so there's no loss to anybody. There's no, let us deal with it, and there's so many uses that can be done with that building, schools, whatever, that we ought to be given the chance to take care of it within ourselves. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Burke, and I'm at 45 Windale Road. I'm here both as a lifelong resident of West Irondequoit and a lifelong parishioner of St. Thomas the Apostle, now St. Catherine Latin Mass Community. I have this 3-page speech, but I'm just going to break it down because you've heard most of it anyway with many points. But I just want to say that Cattery really should listen to St. John Bosco School, charter school, because it would be an ideal fit for the Maywood neighborhood and the existing church. The 6-acre park-like campus was designed to be one harmonious center of learning and prayer. Since its reopening in 2014, SKT LMC has experienced consistent growth in a time when many are experiencing opposite. Sorry, take a breath. The synergies of revitalizing that building to its intended use as a school would be felt not only within the parish there, but within the Maywood neighborhood. This adds another educational opportunity for new families looking to put down roots. That school is growing, and with that brings employment and more foot traffic into local businesses. So the Cattery and the diocese should consider their inquiry seriously. So in contrast, the 21 Market Apartments would divide the 6-acre campus and pave the way for converting the rest of the property into multi-unit dwellings or worse. Once the building is converted to apartments, it will consume a large portion of the parking lot closest to the church, and it is a delicate balance with our mobility challenged parishioners. They will be forced to park further away and navigate an icy lot to attend Mass. They will leave. And once that happens, the church may close due to lower attendance. Now, I was planning a trip to Denver, and I'm like looking to see what they have. And one of the opportunities was the converted Lutheran church into the International Church of Cannabis. That could happen. I mean, New York, we're cannabis, pro-cannabis. So there's that, or a brewery. So you never know what's going to happen, who the players are going to be in the future once that is divided up. Is all I'm saying. So they really should listen to St. John Bosco. So thank you.
Thank you. Peter LaPietra. I live on 94 Harvington Drive. I'm speaking as a resident of the neighborhood 2 blocks down. I'm also a member of the Latin Mass community. I just wanted to speak on a couple of points that haven't been brought up, a lot of good points tonight. And I'm an engineer, so I try to look at things logically. And a big part of the current plan, the carve out of the parking, yeah, it's been mentioned a couple of times. And I can see this going one or two ways. You know, the community is growing. If you look at the 11 o'clock mass, since pre-COVID, I think their attendance is up 60% pre-COVID. So I really feel, I mean, that's as long as the, you know, people don't realize this, but we're not even allowed to advertise that mass. I mean, it's under strict controls, but despite all those things, the community continues to grow. So I have no doubt that even if there's enough parking today, at some point there will be a parking. There's going to be a need for more parking. If the apartments just stay that one building, and the mass is the Latin Mass community stays in the church, there will be a need for more parking. So I'm looking at this one option. If you need more option, if you need more parking, what are you going to do? And one of the things that was mentioned is, you know, well, there are only those green space on the one side of that property. And, you know, one of the things that's nice about the way that property was designed, you don't really know if there's 10 cars in the parking lot or 100 cars in the parking lot. It's tree lined, it's secluded, it's part of the community. So, you know, we have this variance. I'm kind of worried about the next variance. You know, you know, and as a member of the neighborhood, I don't want an open parking spot, you know, an open parking lot like, you know, on that corner. That's detrimental, I think, to the community. The other option would be the church decides, you know, because it's their property, they're going to sell the whole thing. And if they sell the whole thing, you know, that's really out of the control of the Latin Mass community, and that apartment's already there, it's going to lead to more development. So you know, that'll be another variance or another thing down the road. So I really think we have to look long term. I'm speaking as a member of the neighborhood. I don't see how this shared arrangement doesn't progress to one of those next two places. I really hope that you know, we get the chance as a community to grow. There's talk about profitability. I don't know if education has ever been a profitable endeavor. It's always the parish who pays for that. You know, to educate their children. It's never like, hey, we're making $1 million. I mean, I've taught at Aquinas. It's a break even proposition or less for a parish. So, like I said, I hope we can, you know, move forward with the current zoning situation and you know, maybe push back on the diocese to say, hey, can you work with the community that's already shown the willingness to grow, and you know, it's going to continue to grow, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Denise Flanagan. I live at 698 List Avenue. I'd like to submit some photos. Pete stole my thunder a little bit by talking about the parking lot, but I'm going to pass these around to you. But this is from Mass a couple Sundays ago. More full parking lot. And this is a drone footage. I think most people are familiar with the layout of the property. And part of the problem is this school is smack in the middle of it. So carving out that school and part of those parking spots is essentially making two discontiguous parts between the church and the parish center, which is used for currently now for our Sunday school and our social hours. I'll pass the photos around to you. I'd like to say, echo everybody's sentiments that it will change the R1 neighborhood, the characteristic of the neighborhood. But I'd like to focus a little bit more on the parking spots. If the development goes through and 25 apartments are built, that would be 50 spots. Currently, right now, the section 23579 of the town code says that a church has to have 1 spot for every 3 persons of maximum occupancy. The church holds roughly 900 people, which will be 300 spots. Right now, we do not even have 300 spots, and you saw those full parking lots. We're about 70 shy of the 300 required spots according to the town code. And if the developer were to take 50 more spots, we would be down another 50. As far as the signs that are around town, I know that they do say no R5. There are some of them that talk about the change of use. The net effect obviously being the same for this current development proposal. I hope that the board will give thought to the fact that we do have a school that's interested. And over the past, I would say 10 years, there have been schools that have been interested, and for whatever reason, they weren't even given the opportunity to actually pursue further discussion. Let's see. I think that having a school and having it as a school is going to be only beneficial to the parents of Irondequoit. Some kids aren't, suited for public school, and to have this other option for parents can only help the parents of the town of Irondequoit. Thank you. Should I give these to you now, or?
Yeah, after you, sir.
My name is Dan O'Connor. I live at 37 Barron's Road. That's 6 or 7 blocks away from the church. A little bit more information based on what Denise talked about is the parking. I spent some time with the code, picked out a few important things. Section 235-77, paragraph or line G specifies that parking spaces should be 9 by 18 with a 25-foot access lane. Last year, we repainted the parking stripes in the lot. We made some changes to increase the access lane from 21 feet to 25 feet. Consequently, we reduced at least 1 lane of parking. So some of the drawings you're looking at are not quite correct because there's less parking spots there than what shows on that drawing. Section 235-79, it specifies parking spaces for about 35 different categories. The most important ones in this case are apartment houses, should have 2 spaces for each apartment. Churches, auditoriums, and theaters should have 1 space for every 3 seats at maximum capacity. Denise is approximately correct on what she told you. If you jump back to section 235-78, it talks about combining parking if you have 2 or 3 different facilities. But paragraph 2A says the total parking spaces in each group facility shall not be less than the sum of the requirements for the various uses computed separately. And what that means, if the church needs 300 parking spots and the apartment building snatches 50, those 50 spaces have to be replaced, period.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else that wishes to speak?
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Hinman. Good evening, board members. My name is Marie D'Amico Ramsey. I'm here with my husband, Thomas Ramsey, and we're here to speak against the proposal for this before the zoning board.
Mrs. Ramsey, could you give me your address, please?
116 Pinecrest Drive.
Thank you.
And just for a point of reference, we are on the corner of Pinecrest and Washington, just up the street from St. Thomas. And I just wanted to touch on a couple of points as I listen to other presenters here. First, I want to disagree on 3 points. First, I disagree with the argument that it doesn't change the existing nature of the community, because it was argued that it's residential now and it will be residential use. But a multi-family or multi-housing unit does change the character of a neighborhood. And I think that that's been well established and documented here by other speakers. The second thing that I disagree with that was presented was that this is not a self-created or self-inflicted injury. It really strikes me that if I don't mow my lawn, that I'm going to get a fine because the town will come over and mow my lawn and put it on my real property tax bill. My neighbors wouldn't like that. And that's one reason why we just spent a few $1,000s, by the way, in our landscaping and upkeeping that. We've been in our house for over 30 years, and we've taken it from a property in deep disrepair because it wasn't lived in full-time to a property that is not only habitable, but which receives many compliments. And we're fortunate to be able to do that. But we're not going to do that. We're not going to continue to invest in something that has a declining value because of the changing nature of the community. So the third thing that I had a disagreement with is that the church is affected by economic harm. Well, the church is a not-for-profit, and we're not in the business of subsidizing the church here as a governmental entity or as community members in Irondequoit or neighbors up the street. They're not in the business of making money, and so their economic harm, self-imposed and created as it is of their own doing and of their own responsibility. I'm responsible for my own economic situation and that of my community, and I give, as my husband and I do together, to many causes and charities and things, but we don't expect to have a forced giving by basically a taking by the church. I also wanted to say that the town has noted that there's been some issues regarding traffic and other things that they've dealt with in an appropriate manner. They put 4 stop signs up at the corner of Pinecrest and Washington, right? There's 4 stop signs there, and then again recently they put in just I think last year or the year before a 25-mile-an-hour speed limit signs, reducing the speed limit. So they do recognize that there has been some change in the area and have taken appropriate steps, I think, to address that, and I expect that there would be further changes with multi-unit housing. I don't want to repeat too much that other people have said. To address the concerns that other people have stated about, they like to stay in Irondequoit, this is their home, they've had homes here and they want to downsize. Well, I have a hard time believing that somebody that lives in a home, even a modest-sized home of 1,600 square feet, would move to a one-bedroom apartment or to a studio apartment and pay $1,800 for it. I will tell you that $1,800 a month is not market value for a studio apartment down the street from my house. It's just that's way expensive. And anybody said that they would pay that, whether I was friend or foe to them, I'd say, oh, you know, that's way too expensive and you're being taken. So I don't know where that figure came from, and it wasn't provided in the materials that saw or that I heard tonight. But there are other opportunities for development of senior living. Irondequoit does have those. It has many apartments. And there's nothing about these apartments that say that they would be, say, accessible to people that have mobility issues as you age or other things that would pertain to a population of specific need. So we do oppose the project. Thank you. Didn't let you get a word in edgewise, isn't it the way? Good to see you, Jim, too. Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Ryan Zigarelli, 175 Schofield Road. I just want to encourage the board to take a long-range view. I think the school building, it was meant to be a school, and it should be a school, and I think if we give it time, that will happen. Closing a building down for 10 years is not an exorbitant amount of time. I think you could spend a couple $1,000s securing it, providing lighting to make sure it stays in good shape. It's a solid building. It's steel construction. It's concrete and brick, and it's not going anywhere. The pictures you see are superficial in nature, easily corrected with some money. And Mr. Joel knows that because he's willing to put the money in to get it to in good shape for his purposes. I'm a member of that community, and if you just look at the site plan itself, that's really chopping up the property. Right now, it's not just used on Sunday. There's hundreds of people there on the weekends, but there's people there throughout the week between the church and the parish center. There's kids crossing between the church and the parish center for Sunday school. But it's a very active community, and I think just putting this building and this different use right in the middle of that property just doesn't make sense logically. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kim DiProgetto, and I reside at 4559 St. Paul Boulevard, and I am opposed to this proposition. We as the taxpayers of this neighborhood, this area, are losing our homes to this real estate. I have an aunt and uncle who are in real estate and have told me that if this multi-dwelling goes up across the street, and they own a big real estate development in Colorado, and we're from here, they said, we in the immediate area, anybody surrounding that St. Thomas neighborhood, and looking at that church, that area, is going to take a definite decrease in their property values. I moved here with my husband, raised my children here. My husband's disabled, and I agree with the person who did say, who's going to move to some place that it's going to be $1,800 or whatever and live there when you're older on a subsidized income, or you get your younger people that want to move in. I did not move into an R1 district to watch it become apartments across the street, and I don't think many of us in that area had ever planned on that. We attended St. Thomas. My husband was an altar boy. My children attended school there, and I have concerns because no one's addressed this, and I don't know if anybody's really paid attention, but I can see across the street that area that comes up from 590 Seabreeze all the way up is coming up through Colebrook or through Rock Beach and coming up into Colebrook all the way down onto St. Thomas onto the St. Paul Avenue. And they're 18-wheelers, big trucks. They're not the ones that are working on the school right now. This has been going on for quite a while with that traffic coming through. And it could be at 12 o'clock at night, I might be up and see that 18-wheeler coming through that side road, Colebrook. I just feel that the traffic is going to be more. I have kids that went there. I have grandchildren that go to that school. I just can't see an apartment structure in that place today. And I think so many of us would move if we're going to lose property values. Why would we want to stay in our homes and have that rental property across the street that we're looking at and that is going to take we've done things in our home. I just put my second roof on my house. You know, it just doesn't make any sense to rezone this district and change the face of it. There's apartments down on Washington and Rock Beach Road. There's apartments and townhomes Mr. Nolan built on Titus Avenue. And my son deals with all the rental area up there on Windale. I just beg of you to really take this into some serious consideration, and thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much for listening to me tonight. My name is Linda Wilson. I'm at 98 Harvington Drive. I wanted to first say that I think Joel, I did a lot of research on him. I went to his presentation, and I love that he's doing all these buildings in Rochester. I love downtown. I wish I could live there, but I chose the suburb, and I chose Irondequoit 18 years ago, and my daughter moved in, and my grandchildren are within bike riding distance from me, and it is a neighborhood. I am a 1 block from that St. Thomas Church. I'm not Catholic, but I do feel angry that they have let that church go down like they have. And I believe they had a responsibility to keep it up. I'm worried about the variance, the use variance, because once you open a door, I'm not sure where it's going to go for the future. I trust that Joel would do all the right things, but I don't know what that would mean for 20 years from now and how it would change my beautiful Maywood neighborhood. The other thing I have a real big concern about is that I think that the Skyview apartments are senior citizen apartments, and I heard our town supervisor talk on a radio show and say that they get something like 400 911 calls a month or every 2 months to deal with the crime and the drugs and the attacks that are happening to the senior citizens. So I'm really concerned about that. Those were his words, not mine. Thank you very much.
How you doing? James Clark, 742 Eaton Road. I think the big concern is, all these, we had this before, a few years back, when the other people came in to talk about renovating this. Do we have access to the, whatever his presentation is to you with the town, with the finances and all that? Are we able to see that at all? Is that possible?
It's public record, and it can be be obtained through the Freedom of Information, a FOIL request.
We have to get a FOIL request.
Correct.
Through whom? The town of Irondequoit?
Yeah, you can go through the town clerk's office.
Okay.
And fill out a FOIL request.
Because we've been talking here, and it doesn't seem none of us around here seem to know the financials. They're going. We hear talk about it, but we don't know what the actual money, money figures.
Talking about the previous application,
and this one too, as well. Yes.
Well, both applications are FOILable.
By request? Okay.
Correct.
All right. No, that's good. No, that's good to know. I think a lot of people would like to know that. All right. And here's my other question. Now, there's a young lady there was Colebrook is talking about managing the properties and making sure and I worked in the real estate industry as a broker, trained as a appraiser. I have a problem with if this project, he can get all this money for this project. We don't know how much money he has. How much money he has before this thing starts going south and affects property values. Being no appraisals and you gentlemen assessments and things like that, that affects property values. Your property starts going down again. Things start happening. People, the way the property looks, and then he starts losing people out of the apartment complex. You start running into problems. My other issue is, and this was the last time, the utilities between the school and the church are connected. I don't know if people realize that or not. Has he written in his proposal to break those utilities off and have his own separate utilities? Because I don't think 20-something apartments are going to be able to handle, are going to be handled by the electric and the gas and the
sewer that's there right now. And if that's the case, are we gonna have to get a bond to do this, or is he gonna pay for it? Because that's my concern. Because now, you know, if he didn't have enough money down the line, he's having problems making the ends meet, the property's going down, property values are going down. Now I'm getting taxed in my house for utilities for this project. I worked a number of years for the state and worked in construction. I've spent 10 years in U.S. Army doing construction work. I understand these things. You know, you have to have electricity, gas, water, whatever, to make things run. And if the school, the hookup between the school and there is not able to handle it, what are we going to do? It's going to put a real burden on the church. I mean, those transformers can only handle, there's 2 transformers in the basement of that church. If they can't handle it, what are we going to do? We have a real issue. So this is my concern. You know, I mean, I'm all for doing things with the school. I think there should be a lot of things that can be done with that school. Being a school is what it is. I mean, as an appraiser, put my appraiser hat on, that's a school, and that's what it should be. But if we can't, you know, make it a school, you know, we find something that works. But I think in a you know, to make this an emergency, and we always know what happens with emergencies, we start doing things and we regret some of our decisions down the line. But I think this thing is an issue. I think we should know, can this building with the utilities that it has from the church handle that? And once they own it, we have to break that off, and how's he going to supply it? So I think that's a big issue. It's a lot of money putting those utilities.
Thank you, sir.
You guys know. Yeah, thank you.
Eugene Michael, 181 Daly Boulevard. I'm a parishioner at St. Catherine Parish, and I attend Mass at St. Thomas. My initial points will be speaking to, I believe it's item number 3, and a contingency on not having a self-created issue in order to get a use variance on the property. And the first statements are directly from the application to the zoning board. Pages 4 and 5, Father Gagno's letter, first statement, quote, "Since I became pastor almost 4 years ago, the school had already become a serious nuisance to the neighborhood and to the parish." Statement 2, quote, "I have met with the local Irondequoit fire marshal over concerns about safety, including small fires that have been started in the building." Quote number 3, "Evidence of tampering required the shutoff of the gas steam boiler. Turning off the boiler greatly accelerated winter frost damage to the roof, walls, and ceilings of the school." Statement 4, "My concern is that the parish could be placed in serious financial jeopardy should a major incident of vandalism occur." And statement 5, "I view this building as a serious liability." Going on to Joel Barrett's letter to the zoning board, page 8, quote, "It should be noted that the interior damage to the building has been caused by vandalism and water penetration, which is a result of long-term vacancy and neglect." Neglect, right there. It's obvious that there's an issue of neglect here. My point in all this is to demonstrate, as clearly stated in the application, that the so-called decaying condition of the building is a result of negligence. The building to this day has not been properly secured against vandalism. This lack of security resulted in a decision to completely shut off the heat, which generally greatly accelerated the deterioration of the building. It seems rather disingenuous to now claim the building has to be sold at a greatly reduced valuation due to building decay, which was largely self-inflicted. I walked around the building earlier today and found multiple readily accessible points of entry through numerous ground floor windows. Only some of these windows have been properly secured with plywood. Most have not. These are double-hung wood sash windows with only tiny sash locks securing them. They can easily be opened in a matter of seconds with a small pry bar that would pop the sash lock. My question is, why wasn't the building properly and professionally secured years ago when the problems with vandalism were first experienced? If that had been done, then the heat could have been maintained, which would have prevented perhaps hundreds of thousands of dollars of damage. Now it is a distressed property with self-inflicted wounds. Going forward, shouldn't the property be properly secured before either a young neighborhood person or an emergency responder is seriously injured? There are companies such as Emergency Enclosures that have personnel on 24-hour standby to come out and secure hazardous buildings like this. A small investment in this years ago would have prevented much of the current damage. Beyond that, in 2019, we had a number of meetings at St. Thomas with Joel, Gary Musis, Father Gagno. At those meetings, and I have it all documented on minutes, which I'm going to submit to the clerk, it was then proposed that the campus would be sold, the school building, the parish center, and the entire parking lot was going to be sold to Gary Musis and to Joel Barrett. It's all here, and you were there, Joel. It's all in these minutes. And Father Gagno said because the property would not be considered valuable with the split down the middle, putting apartments right in the middle of this big complex. So the initial proposal in 2019 with these people present and many members of St. Thomas was to sell the school, the parking lot, and the parish center, which would have left us with just a school building. And Joel, we said, what about the parking? He was going to lease us the parking lot back so we could park. He was going to lease us the parish center, and he was going to rip out the south lawn in front of the church to put 100 more parking spaces. Now, that's apparently all gone away. But the reason that there's an issue of credibility now, where it's been said, well, people are all excited, we're not selling the campus. 4 years ago, that was on the table, and it was a serious proposal, and Father Gagno stated at these meetings that that property had been for sale prior to his becoming pastor in 2019. So this property had been for sale without us even knowing it. We knew the school was for sale. We didn't know about the rest of the property. So this is the concern, is that this is a foot in the door, and then a couple years down the road, oh gee, there's something else, we're going to sell the parish center now, and it's incremental. So I would like to, if I could submit these minutes so you could review them. My phone number and name is on here, and I think you should read through them because there's a lot of information that is not matching what we're being told tonight. Thank you.
Name's Phil Genovese, address is 101 Hopper Terrace, Rochester, New York, 14612. So, try to summarize it quickly, I've been a committee of the Latin Mass committee for probably over 20 years, Catholic all my life. But as far as a place where I finally felt like we could make a foundation and a home was at that church. And of course, at least with discussing other members, potentially working with others in like mindset to revitalize the school. And, even the surrounding neighborhood and how they feel about that area, is very clear, as far as keeping it what it is. And we would love to do the same because it's been good to us. We like to reciprocate that, of course, in everything we do for that community and keep it what it is. It's best to our abilities. And so when it's been stated there's been no real serious endeavors to make it, a school or what have you is not the case. It's been clearly stated here, unequivocally. And you've heard the opposite from someone who just spoke that it wasn't anything serious. Well, you've heard that it is. And you've seen, like I've heard statements where we're a dwindling community, but we're a growing community, which is also a misstatement with photos to prove that. So there should be, that's displaying the disinformation. Try to make clear and concise decisions. We're talking about profit-based motivation to move in there, not philanthropy, okay? And the school is nothing about, making a profit, of course, in most circumstances. It's one of the burdens that the taxpayers usually pay as a standard public school, what have you, okay, as it stands. But we've been committed to what we've heard in our own community about Ms. Flacco said. I myself would make a statement that is to be recorded. If it is possible to do, I would support with everything of my fiber, and I pledge at least $10,000. And there's many more, I'm sure, if they were serious about what this really is and what to maintain for that community that we've grown and is growing, is a very integral part of that community, that is commitment. That is showing how serious we are. To dispel the fact that we want something to happen. The statements are like, we don't want anything to happen to school. We want to stay there and rot. Stay there and just become a constant, non-ending problem. We're always open to the ideas of the best for the whole community and our community together. We've always been that way about it. To state otherwise is not the facts. And I, for one, have stated what I'm willing to pledge as a serious matter that's being recorded that I will put of my own accord and burden to try to make that happen. I've heard nobody else even say that. But that is the type of commitment I feel that me and my community has, working with them if they're serious. And that is a promise to them. If they want to speak with me, it's good. It's serious. And it wouldn't take that many people as much as you would think to make that happen at a cost to us together with them. To make a solution without rezoning or anything else. To have it no longer be a concern or discussion. And I feel like every time we've brought it up, our own people in some of our community or church or parish hasn't been necessarily forthcoming with fully communicating with us. Don't know why or what have you. I don't consider it an issue until somebody brings it to an issue with some other type of motivation. But spending there my whole life, it's true about the parking lot. It isn't true about us being a small community. I'm an usher. I see it every day. We got lots of people coming in, lots of families. It even has a faith formation in that parish center, not just us having coffee, but children being taught. Imagine that being in conjunction with the school, with children being taught as well as Bosco's, as a community. That's a lot of people behind something. So I think that has merit, should be considered. And it doesn't require rezoning. And turning something commercial, I drive by that area. It's beautiful, beautiful residents and people. I don't see buildings and commercial products and multiple high-rises and buildings around nearby in that one area. I would love to keep the beauty of what it is. Some people, most people don't live there, probably don't even care, even though they say they do. But I'm stating my commitment, which means I'm totally committed to it. I feel truthfully connected to it. And as St. Salome's has shown, when you sell your little property there to make apartments, the parish center follows, and then the church follows. This has been an example that has existed, that has happened. So people can say this doesn't happen, it happens. So that should be clear. You know, when people say, it'll be all good. So why shouldn't we have a genuine concern that we would lose our church that has a lot of people going to it? It was closed and we helped it thrive. Both masses, lots of people, hundreds and hundreds of people. If you don't believe it, you can simply show for masses, see it. It's all easily accessible information to not guess and wonder. And many people are like I am, devoted to the commitment of keeping it going, because it's truly the fiber of the Spirit. It's just my belief, but I'm committed because I want to represent what I believe. So, as been stated, I think you should take some of that to heart if you consider rezoning that. I am as committed as I stated to you, so are many of my members of the church and community, especially knowing this now that he's brought to the table what they're seriously discussing. There's a serious discussion about it, and that should be given an opportunity and should be allowed to be heard and considered. I thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to be heard. A lot of people here do not have that opportunity. And I know it's getting late, and I thank you for putting up with us tonight. My name is Christine Vargas. My residence is 824 Houston Road. I live in Webster. I graduated from West Irondequoit High School. I coached at the high school. I have many family members there. I attend Mass at the Latin Mass community. And I teach, I volunteer. I teach faith formation. I'm over at the church property at least twice a week, sometimes 3 times a week. And what we're really talking about here, it boils down to a trust issue, okay? As has been mentioned a couple times, you know, there's a history that was set and was created when St. Salome's was told, we're going to convert your school to apartments, that's going to increase your Mass attendance, this is going to be a great thing. And then the church was demolished, more apartments were built, and those people were lied to. And so, is there a fear that something like that could happen here? Of course. Okay, so that is a big issue. And so I'd like to, these aren't exact quotes, but they're pretty close to some things that have been stated this evening. And I want to make some comments about them. The owner will not be able to put the property to any viable use. Well, St. John Bosco and previous schools have expressed an interest in the building. The most recent one before St. John Bosco was in 2019. Chesterton Academy expressed an interest to come to the property. They were shut down immediately. So there has not been an attempt to try and work out some options there. The use of the property as a school would not prove to be financially viable. Well, I completely disagree. There's a lot of support for a school. And I can personally tell you, I have spoken with a lot of potential donors who are willing to back a school being in there and put up money financially. This property is unique and was designed to be a school. And I agree with that. And that was stated by someone who actually supports apartments. We don't need to prove that we have a separate hardship because the church has already proved it. No, they haven't. They haven't tried. The property will continue to remain vacant if a use variance is not granted by the board. Well, St. John Bosco is interested. Other schools have been interested, and some schools even approached previous to Father Gagno coming on board. Every previous attempt by developers has failed. If you're only looking at developers, maybe that's true, but we need to look at other options, and that's where a school would be an option. We don't have the resources to develop this building. Resources, financial resources, are not going to be an issue to make this building a school. Parishioners put up our own money, and we should be given the chance to take care of it ourselves. Parishioners were never given the option to pay for any heating, cooling bills. We're not given the option to pay for additional security, any other measures related to maintaining that property. I would like to state that St. John Bosco School, should they pursue this property, have the opportunity to get a site visit to walk the space and look at it as a real possibility, potentially make some type of deal, it would create a huge opportunity for the town of Irondequoit and for the families that live here. It is an outstanding school. I have been there, I have toured it. Their students are unmatched in their academic performance. And I will also like to state that the Board of Governors at St. John Bosco School is made up of some of the most accomplished people in our community. I will not mention their names tonight, but you would recognize them. This is all, if St. John Bosco were able to set up school at St. Thomas, this would be a huge success story. I'd also like to acknowledge that the Latin Mass community has been growing significantly. And if there are, let's say, 25 two-bedroom apartments with 2 cars each, 50 plus visitors, that's 60 spots. It's too many. Thank you.
I'm just trying to get an idea of how many more people are there that wish to speak? 1, 2, I see one in the back, one up here. 3. All right.
I'd just like an opportunity to address some of the comments.
Well, you'll get it. I'm just thinking, we've been sitting here for 3.5 hours. And I, for one, would like to take a little break, get some water. So why don't we, if we can just take a break.
I'll be brief. I only have quick comment.
There's still 3 more after you. Can we just take a break for, I'll compromise, 8 minutes? Actually, it's probably been 9 or 10. So if everybody could have their seats and quiet down so we can continue, please. Thank you.
All right, my name is Dan Clavaugh, 68 Covington Road. And, you know, one thing, a couple things I wanted to say. I'm going to be a little all over the place. I'm kind of a scatterbrained talker. So I was looking at the average mass attendance. We have 2 masses on Sunday mornings. There's a 9 o'clock, the average mass attendance for July was 145. For the 11:15 mass, which is the Latin Mass community, there was 255. So I started going to this church 3 years ago. It was COVID shut everything down. This was one of the first churches in the area to open up. I've been Catholic my whole life. And I think one of the reasons everybody gets really, excited about this, and there's a lot of passion, and I mean, I've been a part of this for a very short period of time. It's something very special. My life and my faith, my belief in God, my family, everything has changed. And the idea, there is fear that if this happens, something will change to our community, something will change to our church. And I don't think it's unreasonable fear. I mean, God in society today is, it's not going up. Churches are closing, people don't go to church anymore, and we all have something here that's really special. And I think the thought of something that could change that and cause that to go the other way, we're growing. And that is an anomaly in our area, in the Catholic Church, even just around here. I just don't want to see that. I don't want to see that change. And the fact that we have a school, a Catholic school, that they are interested in this building. That alone should be good cause and reason to not grant this variance. There's an interest to use this building as it's zoned, the current use. I'm not a lawyer. I don't even know what I'm talking about. I kind of blacked out coming up here, but I felt pretty passionate because my life has changed. And I don't know about a school, about a church. Something's different because what's happening at that place. And I think people feel it. We're growing for a reason. And I'm just strongly against this for those reasons. And I feel like I was going to say something else, but I think that does it. So thank you.
Thank you.
How you doing? Frank Burdick, 4560 St. Paul Boulevard. I live right across from the school and the church. Regarding the premises, most of the surrounding residents have lived there over 20 years plus and have moved there for the nice, quiet, and peaceful neighborhood for which it is today. We do not want it to change with the hustle and the bustle of multiple apartments nor mixed-use commercial businesses. There should be no variances allowed, for the neighborhood needs to stay R1 residential only. There needs to be found another way to either use this building or just demolish it and maybe construct a small park-like area for the parishioners or the local residents to enjoy. 43 North Rio Estate does not reside here, so it gives them to the right to come into our neighborhood and make a buck at the expense of the local residents. So please, leave the area strictly R1 with no variances. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jen Lockmeyer. I live at 147 Chestnut Hill Drive. And I'd just like to say, I apologize for the outburst earlier, but I always follow the rules, and when a priest doesn't follow the rules, I get a little upset. But I wanted to say I am definitely against this, and I will reiterate that the application has not overcome its burden of providing sufficient evidence that this situation of the building being dilapidated is not self-created. And I know that for a fact because since 2008, they've been trying to close this church down. And I was part of the IPPG early on with St. Salome's, and I remember the promises that were made. And those poor people took Father at his word, and it wasn't this father, it wasn't the CEO. And this is the other thing. I'd like to make a point here that we are on our fourth CEO since 2008. So I know he talks about being a CEO, but he is the worst businessman. I'm sorry. He's the worst businessman to be in charge of this parish right now.
Ma'am, that is
And
a
I'm
little
just,
out of line.
well, it goes to the point that he has allowed this property to be.
Please stick to the point
Okay.
of the application.
Okay. Well, I'm telling you,
personal
we need
aspersions.
the board to hold the line because you are the only ones that are in place for years, over years, over years. There's a continuity of the law and the persons on the board. Your terms overlap. However, we have a CEO. As I said, we are on our fourth CEO. We are on our second super CEO, if you count the bishop, and their decision-making process is based on short-term results. And this goes to also the character of the neighborhood. we need to maintain the character of the neighborhood. And if we're on our fourth CEO and he's making these decisions based on short-term results, we're going to have a short-term community. You're going to see many people leave this community, and these homes that have been so well taken care of all this while will be sold in favor of other communities that do hold the line and do enforce the law. So I would just point out that this is a self-created situation. And one other thing I'd like to mention is that last fall, if Father is so concerned about the security and it's being dilapidated, then maybe he should keep the security lights on, because last fall he deliberately chose to leave them off or turn them off, and at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, it's pitch black over there in that corridor. So of course there's going to be security concerns. And so let me just make sure I covered. It is a sacred space. So that building in the basement was the site of the original church. So any change in use would be a direct violation to the church's own law, which I know we're talking about civil law here, but we also have the problem with our own pastor not upholding the canonical law. So I appreciate you staying this late, by the way. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to this application?
My name is Brian Murphy. I live at 68 Falstaff Road. It's on the other side of Irondequoit, so not exactly close to the parish, but I've gone there for 7 years, and the reason I started going there was because I was looking for a parish with a lot of young people, and unfortunately there's not a lot of people in their 20s and 30s at most parishes, and so I kind of looked around at many different parishes, and that's why I came to St. Thomas. And there's a lot of young families there, and I know that they, like, as you can tell, like, people are very passionate about this situation. That's why we're here this late at night. And I think there's a lot of hope for our community there, and turning this into a apartment building would really change the character of our parish, and would probably send a lot of those young families away. I would hope to someday raise my own family and perhaps move into the neighborhood, but if that happens, to be honest, I'd probably move out of New York State and move somewhere else. So I don't want to do that. I love New York, and I've lived here my whole life, and I've lived in Irondequoit for several years, and yeah, so that's why I'm opposed to this. I know that there's a lot of families that would love to send their kids to the St. John Bosco schools. I don't know if this is still true, but I know they've had like waiting lists for people to join those schools, and so I think that's a viable option. And I know that other people have mentioned that they are willing to put down money, and I would be willing to put down tens of thousands out of my own pocket to help pay for the school, even though I don't have any kids to send there, because I care about this community. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry, guys, I feel like I have to do the same. Peter Halecki, 104 Bellhurst Drive. I live half a block from the church. And I don't want to see this happen either. I'm a member of the parish, and I also would commit $10,000 of my own money to help this school project happen. I think it's worth it for our community. I don't want to see the neighborhood change. After Brian came up and said that, I just had to come up and do the same. I think there's other people that would be willing to do the same as well, and so I just wanted to mention that. So. Thanks for your time.
From what I can tell, we're up to about 30 to 40,000 so far. Anyone else want to come up and speak to this application or make a pledge? Is there anyone who wants to talk about this application that isn't either in favor or opposed, as hard as it would seem to be that somebody might actually not be on one side or the other? Is there anyone? Then we're going to close the hearing and allow the applicant to come back forward and address the points that have been raised during the public input portion of the meeting. Before you get underway, is the representative from John Bosco School still here? One of the factors that weighs into the determination concerning granting of a use variance is whether or not there's a viable use that's allowed under the ordinance. So you have indicated that there is, the applicant has indicated that there isn't. The applicant has presented as part of their package financial statements that support of their position. So if Bosco School is serious, we need to know what your financial thing is, because if you can present a viable financial option, then that goes to that factor in considering whether or not to grant a use variance. Because right now, what we're being told is that there is no use that's allowed under the ordinance that's viable. So.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
So what kind of things would you be looking for from us? Because admittedly, the timeline, I mean, we're growing at a good clip. We're beginning that process of looking at, something within the next couple of years. So not necessarily this August, but we just wanted to get in the building and take a look and see what needed to be.
Well, I can't give you access to the building. All I can tell you is if you have a financial plan, we need to know what it is.
Okay.
All right?
Maybe get clarifying questions later about what would be in a financial plan from office staff or something.
Sure. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and that's actually one of the points that I wanted to touch on, just some of the legal standards before Joel talks about some of the issues with the project itself. But a mere expression of interest at a public hearing is certainly not sufficient to negate proof of financial hardship. If it were, you could defeat any use variance at any public hearing. So the fact that another school has indicated that they have a mere interest in the property is not sufficient to show that we don't have
There's more to it than that, though, right? Because what we've been hearing is that the interest has been expressed to the owner and not allowed. And that goes also to that self-created hardship factor. So that's why I'm interested in knowing that. And it may be that it's not a viable option. It may be that it is. I don't know. But we don't have the information, and that's what we're looking for.
Well, respectfully, Mr. Chairman, what the board does have in front of it is that this property has been actively marketed for sale for almost a decade now, and there was no viable offer from any other schools, including the school from the gentleman that was just speaking. And so that is what's important. Furthermore, Mr. Chairman, we've submitted financial proof on the financial viability of rehabilitating the existing building for a school. That's the pro forma that was submitted with the application, and we demonstrated in that pro forma that rehabilitating this property at market rents for a school would result in a net loss each and every year over the coming 10 years. And I'll just touch on a couple other points and then kick it over to Joel. Counsel for one of the neighborhood groups mentioned that we failed to present evidence on the financial hardship for all of the uses permitted in the district. It's a fair point, but he included farms, parks, fire stations, I would submit to this board that you are entitled to use common sense to determine that it is not financially viable to use an existing, nearly 100-year-old 3-story building for a park or for a fire station or for a farm, that is not a viable use, financially viable or
And
economic.
as was pointed out earlier, with respect to a farm, there would have to be a 100-foot setback from anything, so.
Point well taken. So I think this board can use common sense and use your own understanding of the economics in the neighborhood to determine that we've proved there is a financial hardship with respect to those uses that we didn't list in our application. Another quick point. The council talked about the financial hardship, citing the cases about property owners and whether or not they had established financial hardship when there was a change in circumstances. Here, the applicant is the contract vendee. We have not closed on the property, and therefore the hardship of the church itself, who's owned the property since, I understand since it was constructed, is imputed to us. So what we're looking at is the hardship of the church, not of 43 North Real Estate, because they have not closed on the property yet. They're not the property owner. And so the cases that council cited are not applicable and don't inform your decision today. And I think that's all I had. So Joel, if you wanted to.
Yeah, the only last point, and the reason that we're seeking the use variance is because it was applying to an existing building, and there was a fear of additional multifamily development. So after feedback from the community, they preferred this versus a rezone, which is why we were looking to take this path. Number two, the traffic for a multifamily property. This was a 2,000 people visited this church and this complex on a regular basis at a peak in the 1980s. So the traffic count and the site design and the roadways support that. There was a question about splitting the utilities. The development team would take on all infrastructure, and the comparison of a 200-person use school versus 16 to 20 apartments would be less intensive. So there will be no additional demands on the grid or sewer systems or water systems. We can use the existing sewer lines and water lines to be able to complete the project. Regarding taking a look at a financial hardship for other uses, we have the opportunity to have one single-family lot on that site, which was all because of the amount of frontage that we are given by the church in order to preserve the worship space and as much parking possible for the church. We did actively seek out conversations with the church to try to do this in a harmonious manner, and we did have meetings with them independently. They didn't go that far. As you can see, the passion that's here today, which I respect. I am a member of the parish too. I just had my daughter baptized there at Christ the King, so I was baptized at St. Margaret Mary's Church. And also the demolition and abatement of that building would be in excess of $1 million. So I don't think that there's any way that you could justify constructing a house that housing prices are now $200 to $250 per square foot to construct after a single lot with $1 million of demolition. It'd be the most expensive house ever constructed in the town of Irondequoit. And also regarding the market value of adjoining properties, this was something that came up at our first community meeting. People had fears that market rate apartments cause property values to go down. I looked for national studies. I looked for local studies. I contacted the housing boards. I am a real estate broker myself. In not one community in Monroe County and one place in New York was there any factual evidence that market rate apartments reduce. If anything, it was the exact opposite. By the fact that there was market rate apartments going into these neighborhoods, that was an example of viability and places that people wanted to build. And the second to last point that I'll make is residential housing is going to be deficient for the rest of our lifetime. We will never be able to construct enough single-family housing to give everybody a home. So multifamily housing is the only alternative to people for their housing needs. We have hundreds of thousands of people without housing right now in our communities because single-family housing has gotten so high. And the final point that I have is the majority of opposition for this is related for the church. And I understand that they have a fear that if this building sells, they may lose their parish. We had a clause in our initial contract for another part of the property. We reduced that to be the school focus so we could maintain that campus. They were utilizing the space. We worked with the parish and the community as much as possible to do this. But I don't believe that that fear translates into a reason for not granting a use variance. And it is nothing. We have no opportunity to acquire any other parts of the property or anything. It's designated to this one single building that is, no longer viable as a school, in my opinion. And that's all. And I think we would be good neighbors, truthfully.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to close this case for now. I think we're ready to start on the rest of the agenda. It's 11 o'clock.
Is the applicant for 78 Thatcher Road here? I didn't hear. Was that a yes? Yes. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
This is why I gave you the opportunity to.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
It's fine.
It's fine. Next item on the agenda is case number ZB 2023-08-02. Request by Scott Hughes for an area variance to construct a roof overhang with less than required street side setback on premises 78 Thatcher Road in an R1 residential district.
Thank you. Scott Hughes, 78 Thatcher Road.
You swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
You bet.
Okay.
So in the interest of time for all you folks tonight, you guys got my packet. I submitted my letter. I submitted a couple pictures so you guys could see actually the inside of the house. The roof structure I need to put on is over an existing stoop. I know if you guys came out and looked at it, that's the second attempt to cover what we've had there. This was my parents' house. I've lived there for 48 years. There's a concrete stoop that's underneath there that's actually tied into our foundation. It's part of our basement. When my wife and I took over the house, we had taken the old covering where there was some wood, we did waterproofing, and I took the room that you guys can see pictures of and we turned it into like a pantry cupboard. For years there was an old door that my parents had there, and the mold and the mildew and the issues that were going on from the constant water has just been something we've been plagued with forever. And I thought the waterproofing would work. We've tried everything under the sun, and clearly you can still see the water damage comes in. So next step would be hopefully just to put a simple little A-frame over the covering of the existing stoop that's there.
There's a very similar overhang on a house on I think it's Old North.
Okay.
Or one of, I don't think it's Imperial Circle, but one right there that goes east off of List Avenue. Have you seen that?
No.
All right, well, that's the one I'm familiar with. When I saw the sketch of what you were looking at, it looked just like that.
Okay.
Which is a very nice, attractive
Sure.
addition to a front of a place.
Yeah.
And if you think
That's all we're looking to do. Simple, open frame. You'll be able to see through it. Just metal roof with cedar.
Is this really going to solve that problem, do you think?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely. So that's all I got.
All right.
If you guys
Any
have
questions from the board? Anyone here would like to speak in favor of this application? Anyone who'd like to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone who'd like to talk to us about overhangs, water damage, anything along those lines? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing with respect to this matter, move on to the next case.
All right. Thank you.
Next case on the agenda is ZB 2023-08-05, request by David Richardson and Ronnie Resnick for an area variance to install side yard fencing exceeding maximum permitted height on premises 160 Knapp Avenue in an R2 residential district. Knapp Avenue, 160. I will add them.
I saw that gentleman checking. Were you checking to see if you're here for 160?
No, I'm
No.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm a couple away from that.
All right.
So I will add them onto the September,
Yes.
was that Okay.
Well, we'll have to do a motion to table it to September since the applicant isn't here to consent.
I gotcha. Correct. Sorry, it's late.
It is.
Next case is ZB 2023-08-06. Request by Adrian Cara-George for an area variance to construct a one-story addition with less than required front setback on premises 17 Arundel Drive in an R2 residential district.
Good evening.
Good evening.
This is my
It's
first,
It's almost morning.
I know, my first attendance at one of these, and it's fascinating, I have to say.
But before you get underway, we need your name. Did you give us your name and address?
Adrian Cara-George, 17 Orenda Drive.
Now I need you to raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
I would like to build a small addition, 483 square feet, to the side of my existing house. As I age, I find stairs to be a little bit difficult, and so I want to eventually age in place and build this addition to my house. I have an adjacent lot to the existing house, and then there's Forever Wild land next to it, and one of those wonderful slopes down that Irondequoit has. And
Are you right across the street from where my colleague and friend Dan Arella used to live?
yes,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
exactly. And so I submitted my letter and the architect plans to you all, and I've seen several of you parked outside my house with shuffling papers looking at it, so I know that you've come by the neighborhood. The reason for an area variance is the amount of footage from the front of this proposed addition to the street. It's 27 and a half or so feet. But the beauty of Arundel Drive is that it's a dead-end street. It widens because the street used to be a horseshoe shape. I have no neighbors. Actually, my home is the only home on the west side of Orenda Drive, and so there is a lot of space, and I've been through the process of combining the lots so that I can build onto the existing lot. And so that's my request.
I think that's at least the second request that I can recall that we've had this year of someone who wants to add on to the first floor so they can stay in Irondequoit for a long time.
There's been a lot of discussion about where senior citizens should live. I don't want to move to an apartment.
I hear you on that.
I love my home. I want to stay there. I'm fortunate enough to be able to modify it to my needs. Part of the request, I don't know if you've seen the architectural sketches, but I've been working with the architect to maintain the charm of a mid-1930s home. I was obsessed with the design of the roof lines, and so I want the addition to be stucco as it is now, with the red trim as it is now. There'll be a back door and a small fenced-in garden because now that I'm retired, I spend every day in my garden. The deers would love to come in. I'd like to keep them out. Oh, and I've talked with all of my neighbors. I actually enjoyed visiting them with the architectural plans, showing them the pictures, because nobody likes surprises. And although I'll get to live in this addition, they'll all get to look at it. And so I just want to maintain as much transparency as what I'm doing. with this addition.
Any questions from the board? Seeing none, we'll open it up to public input. Anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Anyone to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone who'd like to talk to us about staying in your home? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing with respect to this matter, move on to the next application on the agenda.
Jim, I just got a quick question on the rendering. Are there going to be any windows on the, are there going to be like any?
On the east side?
Because like on this, there's like, so like if I'm driving, am I going to just see like that and like
You're
no?
going to see a windowless wall facing to the east with a kind of a dormer up above it on the roof. I'm a retired professor with thousands of books, and that wall is going to be my library.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all.
You're welcome. Thank you for your patience.
Next case on the agenda is case number ZB 2023-08-07. Request by Gordon Nutur for area variances to install 6-foot-high front and side yard fencing exceeding maximum permitted height and non-conforming fence type on premises 293 Bayfront Lane North in an R3 residential district.
Thank you. Gordon Nutur, 293 Bayfront Lane North.
Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay.
So my request, as mentioned, is to put a 6-foot-high white vinyl fence down what would be the south side of my home. I'm on Bayfront Lane North, so we're the last string of 18 homes on the bay, Irondequoit side, and we're the string of 18 homes that have a private parking lot, and then we go down a sidewalk to all our homes.
Where Tom Sanfilippo used to live, right?
Yep, Tom used to be a neighbor, yep. So we're down there, so with the location, there's no issues with cars, blockage of view as far as cars go. So in my packet, I included on page 2 what the fence would look like. Page 3, I'll just kind of go through these really quickly. Page 3, I show my home, the blue home. My neighbor's home is the green home, 289. I'm 293. And there was a white picket fence that went across in between our homes this way that kind of blocked going back. So that's been taken down. That white post is going to go away. And the 6-foot fence will basically start where that white post is and go back. It'll travel 42 feet back. It will extend beyond the end of my home 5 feet. It will not extend beyond her home. It'll stay about 18 to 24 inches short of extending past the end of her home. So then if you flip, actually I'm gonna flip. Well, we'll go to page 4. So basically the fence will come down and it will end at where she's got, it's kind of like a folding trellis kind of fence, I guess I'll call it. Going to page 5, that blue line basically shows where the height of the fence would be, showing that it would not block her 2 side windows. I did talk with Prudence DeSallo over the weekend, have gone over this with her. She is my neighbor at 289, and she is fine with the plan. So the couple purposes for the fence, one, to define our lot line, because down there, all 18 homes, people have a tendency of, on one end of your house, you lose a little, on the other end, you're in your neighbor's yard. So we both thought it would be good for us to define the lot line by putting the fence in. Also, there are some, there's been some issues with neglect on her property, and that would help block some of that view. over the years. Obviously, 2 or 3 and 5 years ago, we had the flooding down on the bay, so there was sandbags brought in. She still has those sandbags in her backyard. So that's my plan. Thank you very much for hearing me. Have a great evening.
Thanks, you too. Anyone here who would like to speak in favor of this application? Anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing and move on to the next matter on the agenda.
Case number ZB 2023-08-08, request by Abby and Matt Durst for area variances to install front yard fencing exceeding maximum permitted height and linear footage with less of a required street front setback and non-conforming fence type on premises 194 Aragon Avenue in an R2 residential district.
Abby Durst, 194 Aragon Avenue.
Do you swear or affirm that everything you say tonight will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
So we're just looking to build a fence in our front yard that kind of encloses it. We're looking for it to be a vinyl closed panel as opposed to open. It's gonna be a total of 5 foot, but as you guys see in the pictures, it's more like the 4 foot bottom solid with the top foot is gonna be like a decorative open piece. We're looking to have it fully enclosed, so it does go over the linear footage. We were originally looking to have it on our property line, but after talking to DPW, they do not approve it due to site issues, which we respect and accept. So it does bring our overall linear footage down to, if my husband did the math right, 98 feet. We're doing this mainly, we think it's gonna help with the curb appeal and reselling a house in the future down the road. I mean, this house we bought in 2021 of the summer, where houses were selling within a week and it was on the market for a few months because of the lot style and being so close to a school. So we really think that's gonna help it. It's got a nice kind of classy, upscale looking fence type of a thing. And the bigger reason we're doing this is because we want to feel safe in our own yard. And right now that's not quite possible with the neighbors that we have in our area. So we're looking to kind of increase the safety feeling as well.
Questions from the board?
I think I saw 2 red or orange stakes. Is that about what you're talking about, the distance out?
Yeah, we tried to put 3 orange stakes in the yard for if you guys came by to look at it. So we tried to put it in the 4 corners to kind of give that visual idea.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Seeing none. Anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone here to talk to us about fencing or anything like that? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing with respect to this matter. Move on to the last item on our agenda. Thank you.
Case number ZB 2023-08-09, request by Salvatore Licciardello Esquire, acting as agent for B&R Breeze Enterprises, LLC, for an area variance to operate a restaurant or a eating establishment, grill, bar, etc., with seating provided for more than 30 patrons with less than required parking on premises 4348 Culver Road in a C Business District.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Sal Licciardello, attorney for the applicant, B&R Breeze Enterprises, LLC. So we have concurrent applications in front of the planning board and town board right now. Planning board for site plan review for a change of use, town board for a special use permit. And this application here will answer really the biggest question, which is the parking. So I included a picture in the application, but I blew one up here. So right here is the site. Everything in a green box is public parking that's within like walking distance, something like a quarter-mile radius. But this area right here is really sufficient for what we need. So there's the Blue Palm Grill. There's 8 marked spots here. There's an additional room for 8 cars and a gravel unmarked lot. All those spots are contiguous to the property. The front door of the Blue Palm Grill is right here along Mary Knoll Road, so as cars come in, they would prefer to park here in the right-of-way. It tends to fill up first. So the first 16 spots of occupants, the first 48 seats, right? You need 3 seats for each spot. So the first 48 seats inside the restaurant are filled by right-of-way parking. After that, customers tend to park in the back where there's an additional 19 spots on site. So with the spaces immediately contiguous to the parcel in the right-of-way and on-site parking, we have, not great at math, but I think 35 spots, which is more than enough to meet the parking requirement for what we need on site, which is 23, which is purpose of this application for an area variance. In addition, this building is to the north. I'm holding this upside down. To the north here, this building is also owned by our landlord, and he's given us permission to use that parking spot. There's salons in there now. I think there's a salon, a pet salon, and a massage therapist, all of whom close by 5. With the exception of the massage therapist, I believe is open till 7. Still, they would only need 2 parking spaces, one for the masseuse and one for the massagee. So there's another 10 spots here that we can use. So just in spots that are on-site, immediately contiguous to the site, and right across the street, we have about 45 spots, which is more than enough than what we need. In addition to that, in an abundance of caution, we also negotiated with Parkside Diner, and they were happy to allow us to use their parking lot. They close at 2 o'clock. Blue Palm doesn't start to get busy till dinner rush, so we have a license to use their parking lot for overflow parking. And it's not limited, just whatever we need. I think they have plenty of parking over there. I just got that today. I went over, talked with Jim and Greg, so I could submit that to town staff so they have a copy of that on file. So character of the neighborhood as it relates to this area variance request. There are other businesses in this C business district. A few hundred feet to the south, you have M's Bar and Grill. They have the same hours of operation as us, and also this request wouldn't affect that anyways. Whether this is really just about how many chairs we can put inside the restaurant. So this request wouldn't have any effect on, the hours and what kind of food they serve, what days they're open. It just allows us to see patrons quicker and minimize negative externalities. Now, parking along Mary Knoll for the residences there is an issue. Most of those houses do not have driveways, so they rely on right-of-way parking. I spoke with a lot of the neighbors at the last meeting, and they were very pleased with our plan to mitigate against any impacts there, which is that we are going to basically put up a sign on the building. So as those spots on the right-of-way fill up, as I mentioned, these spots right here fill up first, and we're going to put up a sign that says additional parking in rear. Please do not park in front of residences on Mary Knoll. So, and in addition to that, Friday, Saturday night, Blue Palm Grill employs a parking attendant to facilitate, in addition to checking IDs or whatever they're doing, keeping an eye on the parking lot, they're, directing cars to not park in front of the neighbors. And I know in my letter of intent I went through all the factors, but in the sake of time, I think that's it for my presentation, unless you have questions on any other particulars. So it's the fastest I've ever talked. I'm trying to.
Anyone here to speak in favor of this application? Anyone here to speak in opposition to this application? Whoop, sorry.
I have a pet peeve, Richard Barone, 154 Allwood Drive. Blue Palm is violating the signage requirement of the town, even before they take over. And we'll be filing a complaint with the town tomorrow. And my problem is all these new ownerships violate the signage requirements of the town, usually. With these monster 10-foot high, what are called whip sales. They are outlawed, prohibited by the town. I'm tired of it. I probably have filed 100 more or more. one person was almost killed because one particular site had 5 of them on the corner of Culver Road and East Ridge Road. The town supervisor at the time, Mary Joyce DeRizio, when that happened, immediately went to this location and told them to take down those 5 monster, illegal whip sales. This company has had it there, I think, for a couple weeks. The previous owner had it there too, and I filed complaints. So they should be automatically abiding by the rule of the town. I'm going to make my point to the planning board, because that's probably the more appropriate place where they could put something in the approval. I'm not sure you guys can do it with your procedure. But I'm tired of the fact that they're approved for certain signage and they just ignore it. So if you could put something in the approval, or maybe a reminder, or maybe something from the administration. The town has approved your variance, et cetera. Keep in mind that, et cetera, et cetera. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak in opposition? Anyone who'd like to talk to us about parking? Seeing none, we'll close the hearing with respect to this matter.
Excuse me, can I just address what he said very briefly?
Oh,
I apologize.
sure.
All right, thank you. There aren't any signs like that on the property, at least that we have. I believe the smoke shop there, they have a smaller one that's up. I don't know what that's about. There were I think one of those whip sale signs there. Mr. Ramos and the people that run the Blue Palm, they weren't aware that it was a violation. They were informed it was, and they immediately took it down and haven't done so since. So we're happy to follow all the rules of the town.
The signage doesn't impact the parking. So,
I agree.
I appreciate the concern.
Yes.
But it has nothing to do with the parking.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so. Is the applicant pertaining to 179 Lakefront present? I don't believe so. .46 Westgate Drive was adjourned to September. 3000 East Ridge Road, present. 41 Colebrook Drive, present. 78 Thatcher Road, not present. 186 Teakwood, I think, was adjourned, right? Or is going to be? 160 Knapp Avenue? No,
I believe they left.
they left. 17 Arenda is here. 293 Bayfront North is here. 194 Aragon. Did she leave? I think she left. And 4348 Culver Road is still here. Okay, so the first application sorry, hold on a minute. We said 78 wasn't here, right?
Correct.
right, the first application is pertaining to 3,000 East Ridge Road. This was a matter that was tabled at the July meeting. I'll make a motion that the matter be removed from the table. Is there a second?
Second.
Who seconded? Joe? I'll get you the next time, Ryan. All those in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5. Any abstentions? 5 votes in favor, no abstentions, no opposed. 1 member of the board is absent and 1 seat remains vacant. This is a type 2 action for seeker purposes. Does anyone, well, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that we approve the area variance as requested with the following findings of fact. First off, this application pertains to the location of a wall. It does not pertain to the construction of a gymnasium. It does not pertain to the construction of a practice field. It does not pertain to the use of the road. It does not pertain to traffic considerations. 90%, if not more, of the comments that we received did not relate to what the area variance application is. Plain and simple. The application is to allow an existing wall in an existing building to remain in the location that it has been in for years. I believe preceding the construction of the homes than the private road that are adjoining the property. Although the requirement of a 50-foot setback as set out in the ordinance is limited to use as a school, it is a dimensional requirement, does not relate to the use, and therefore it is properly an area variance for which the applicant needs to show a practical hardship. The alternative of not granting the variance would be to require the applicant to have the wall 20.4 feet further north, which would mean taking out at least 20.4 feet of the building and reconstructing that, well, actually demolishing that and reconstructing the wall 20.4 feet further north, so that the 50 feet would be there. I believe the applicant has demonstrated that that is a practical hardship. With respect to the factor concerning the change to the neighborhood and the character of the neighborhood, the area variance that is in front of us does not result in any change to the neighborhood character. It allows a wall of a building and a portion of a building to remain where it has been for a very long time. The alternative that wouldn't require a variance, as I said, was to demolish 20 feet of the building and relocate the wall 50 feet away, which is an impractical and infeasible alternative. The substantiality of the request, it is approximately a 40% variation. It's certainly not insubstantial, but whether it is substantial enough, all things considered, to make the variance inappropriate, that is not the case. With respect to allowing this portion of the building to remain where it is and where it has been, that will not have any effect on the physical or environmental conditions because the building has been there for quite some time. As to self-creation, it's self-created to the extent that the applicant wishes to convert the building and repurpose the building to its use, but it is not self-created to the extent that that warrants denial of the variance. With respect to the concerns that the neighbors have raised concerning traffic, use of the road, emergency access, 30-foot-high concrete walls, practice fields, less than regulation side adjoining neighborhood properties, no increased noise, increased traffic, increased density. All of those things are not factors in granting or denying an area variance. Those are factors that are properly and only, I believe, considered by the planning board, not by this board. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Any abstentions? Motion carries. 4 votes in favor, 1 opposed, no abstentions. 1 member of the board remains absent, and the board as constituted has a vacant seat. Next item pertains to the property at 41 Colebrook Drive. This is also a type 2 action for seeker purposes. I'm going to make a motion to table this application so that we can receive information concerning the possible viable alternative use of the property within the parameters of the zoning ordinance. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 5 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. 1 member of the board remains absent, and the board as constituted has 1 vacancy. Next item is the application pertaining to 17 Arenda Drive. This is a type 2 action for seeker purposes. Does someone wish to make a motion with respect to this application? Don't all chime in at once. Mr. Travis, would you like to make a motion on this?
Yes, sir,
Okay,
Mr.
thank
Hinman.
you.
I'll make a motion that we grant the request at 17 Arenda Drive based on the following findings of fact. Because of her unique lot size, it's not going to change the character of the neighborhood. She's a retired professor and looking to age in place in her home, and would like to stay in Irondequoit to do so. It's not a substantial request. She's only looking for 5 feet of a variance. Alternative solutions, she could not do the project. But I think that her testimony of speaking with the neighbors and that the neighbors didn't have any adverse, they didn't pose any concerns about the project. is proof that they were for the project. It's not going to cause any environmental impact, and the project is self-created. However, it's going to allow her to, continue to enjoy her life as an old person in our community.
More, you mean more senior?
Or I should say more mature.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. 5 votes. Right? Yeah, 5 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. 1 member of the board is absent, and the board is constituted presently has 1 vacancy. Next item is the application pertaining to 293 Bayfront Lane North. This is also a type 2 action for seeker purposes. Does anyone wish to make a motion with respect to this application?
You go ahead. No, you.
I'll make a motion that we
All right.
approve the application based on the following findings of fact. First thing, there'll be no change to the neighborhood character very much in any way. The alternative, not requiring a variance, would be a shorter fence, but 6-foot-high fences seem to be the norm between properties, and we grant them all the time. Substantiality of the request, it's pretty substantial, nothing out of the ordinary, not a burden on neighbors either. It won't affect any sight lines for the neighbor, and the neighbor seems to be okay with the fence being built as well. No effect on the physical or environment. And is the situation self-created? According to the neighbor, no, but that's it.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
We'll get you guys on the other side on the next one. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. 5 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. 1 member of the board remains absent, and the board is presently constituted, continues to have 1 vacancy. Next item is the application pertaining to 4348 Culver Road. This is also a type 2 action for seeker purposes. Does someone wish to make a motion with respect to this application?
I make a motion to approve the application as presented. There's always been a restaurant and everything in that area. So it's not a possible change to the neighborhood character because it's always been there. Alternatives not requiring a variance, bigger parking lot, but I guess when you bring it all together, you got different areas, and now the approval for across the street gives a little more, space for you to park. It's not a substantial request. It won't affect the physical or environmental conditions if granted. Is the situation self-created? Yes and no, because it's always been a restaurant and it's always been limited parking to where it is all the time.
Second.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. 5 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. 1 member of the board continues to be absent, and the board as presently constituted continues to have 1 vacancy. Back to the top of the agenda. The application pertaining to 179 Lakefront. I'll move that we remove this application from the table. Is there a second, Mr. Johnson?
Second.
Okay, that's what I thought. All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. 5 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. 1 member of the board is absent. The board is constituted continues to have one vacancy. This is a type 2 action for seeker purposes. Does anyone wish to make a motion with respect to this application?
I'll make a motion that we grant the request by the applicant. You're gonna have to help me, I don't have the packet, the original packet in front of me. But change to the character of the neighborhood, the hot tub was there prior to the owner, the current owner owning the property. Alternative solutions would be to just completely remove it, but the owner has purchased, in conjunction with working with the town, has purchased the appropriate locks to keep it safe. Let's just hope it's locked. As far as a substantial request, again, the hot tub was there prior. A lot of people have hot tubs in town, permitted or not, they do. Environmental impact is not going to change the environment. As it's all created, it is, but with the inspection process from the town and the applicant following the appropriate measures from a security standpoint and purchasing the necessary locks, I ask that the board grant the request by the applicant.
Second.
Any discussion?
Just to the town, she's got to get a permit as well, inspection, electrical, and as well as building, right? Thank you.
Any other further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 5 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. One member of the board is absent, and the board is presently constituted, has one vacancy. Next item is the application pertaining to, nope, it's not. 48 Westgate Drive has been tabled again by the applicant. 78 Thatcher Road. This is a type 2 action for seeker purposes. This is the overhang. I'll make a motion that we grant the variance as requested. The homeowner proposes to put a decorative overhang over the front steps and front terrace stoop in order to prevent significant water damage that has been occurring as a result of the fact that the stoop and the stairs are uncovered but connected to the basement, which has allowed water to seep in to cause damage to the substructure of the house. By erecting this overhang, the water will be diverted away and will no longer be able to seep into the basement. It will not change the neighborhood character to any significant extent. The alternative that wouldn't require a variance would be significant remedial construction in order to prevent possibly the continued seepage of water, which may not even be successful. It's not a substantial request. It'll have no adverse effect on the physical or environmental conditions if granted. The situation isn't self-created. It's created by the mobility and infiltrating possibilities that water possesses. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. 5 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. One member of the board continues to be absent, and the board is presently constituted, continues to have one vacancy. Next item pertains to, wait a minute, 1306 Bayshore Boulevard. That was the one that the applicant wanted to defer to September, correct? So we don't need to table that because he deferred it, correct? Okay. 186 Teakwood Drive. This is an applicant who gave up and left, so we've deferred that to the September meeting as well. 160 Knapp Avenue. This is a type 2 action for seeker purposes, and this is
The applicant had left.
Yeah. Right, without anything.
160 Knapp?
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yes, okay. So that's deferred to September as well.
Right,
194 Aragon Avenue. This is a type 2 action for seeker purposes. Does someone wish to make a motion with respect to this application?
I'll make a motion that we approve the application. Change the neighborhood character. It's right across the street from a school, so I think the little fence will make a nice little yard for them to hang out in and have a nice little security. Alternatives would be no fence at all or a shorter fence. Substantiality of the request, it's not very substantial. In fact, they're working with DPW to make sure that the fence is moved in so traffic can see around the corner. No real physical or environmental impact. And is the situation self-created? Yes, but that, again, they're working with DPW to make the changes so it fits better with their house.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries, 5 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. One member of the board continues to be absent, and the board is presently constituted, continues to have 1 vacancy. I believe that concludes all of the items on the agenda for the board's action tonight. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed are welcome to stay till September. Any abstentions? Motion carries, 5 votes in favor, no opposed, no abstentions. 1 member of the board continues to be absent, and the board is presently constituted, continues to have 1 vacancy. We are done. Good morning, everyone.
Okay.